Alu. Shara Botanu. Amyama Bius Kawabiako. Kakwados Shemeka Kwados Baru Shemeka Wamae. Shamba Malaysia, El Shabbat, Lasso, El Shabbat, Lector Time Limola. Beni Bene Otunola. Isha Shem Masada, Shaddai Shamayim, where Ta'adit to Bayum must be Shabbat Waina Fash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Neka, Baruch Teka, Baruch Shateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Hilo, Nola More. Baruch Shekabo Makuto, Nola More. Baruch Kabo Lomimi, Kamo, Leke Yo. Alohu, Nola More. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, chief of liaison, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom lecha.
God gave us a standard. God gave us a standard and a curriculum to follow. He gave us a standard and a curriculum to follow. He gave us, and the standards and the curriculum that God gave us to follow reveals to us what is righteous and what is unrighteousness, what is evil and what is good, all determined according to the mind of God, all determined according to the mindset of God. How God thinks. So now we have to correlate our thinking pattern to the thinking pattern of God. Now we have to correlate our ways to the ways of God by adhering and taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God. So therefore, when we do these things, we cannot say and call things and say evil when God never said it was evil. We can't say this is good and God never said it's good, because we may be calling things good and God look at it as evil. We may be disagreeing with things that God don't disagree with. So we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful with these things, because we gotta be careful of our decisions that we make in our lives that will detour us away from serving God. All right? So now we're going to go into Exodus chapter 32. We're going to go into Exodus chapter 32. It's the reason why God says, well, talk about it. He said, speak about it when you're sitting in the house. He said, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. You know why? Because by you speaking about this great God, then you would never know how God thinks, or the ideas that formulates in your mind, whether it's good or evil, thoughts against God, your feelings towards what God agrees or disagrees with. So my feelings and my emotions should never count. It don't never count when we're dealing with God. We're only dealing with what God agrees with and what he disagrees with. When we speak and talk about these laws, commandments, and statutes, it does something to your spirit. It does something to your spirit. This is why God said to speak about it, talk about it, because it serves as a motivator. It serves as a boost. These words will excite you. Let's go to Exodus chapter 32.
Exodus chapter 32.
Read.
And when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron.
So when the people saw, we have not been out of Egypt for 6 months yet. We haven't been out of Egypt for 6 months. We just getting out of Egypt. And these people left out of Egypt in disbelief, still with no 100% belief in God. After everything that God done portrayed and showed them, they still had no belief in God. Okay, so now they're at the grounds of Mount Sinai. Moses goes up to the mountain to receive the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God, but he's taking too long. The people got impatient. Now, let's read.
Moses delayed to come down out of the mount.
Uh-huh.
The people gathered themselves together unto Aaron.
They gathered themselves together unto Aaron.
And said unto him,
look what they said to him.
Up, make us gods which shall go before us.
He said, listen here. He said, I need you to get up. He said, up and make us gods that what?
Which shall go before us.
Which shall go before us. Go ahead.
For as this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we wot not what has become of him.
He said, we don't know what's going on with this guy here. He done went up in the mountain and he ain't been back. Only God knows how long Moses been gone. But all these things that the Creator is putting the nation through is to prove them. That's why God put them through all this, brought them through the wilderness, and tempted them to prove themselves whether they are worthy to serve God or not. And we're dealing with the same God now. The proving never stops. I said the proving never stops. God continuously will continue to prove you, to see whether you are worthy to serve him or not, to see whether you are worthy for God to elevate you and pick you up to a certain level. It's levels to doing these laws, commandments, and statutes. There's levels in righteousness. So in order for God to pick you up to a certain level, he has to prove you first to see if you're worthy to be picked up to that certain level. And that's what God is putting these people through. Because when they left Egypt, guess what? They still left Egypt as with the mentality of being Egyptians. And you can't serve God with a heathenistic mentality. You can't serve God with an American mentality, because you're going to have a different outlook about God's laws. You're going to have a different outlook about God's laws. And when you have this different outlook about God's laws, it's going to show in your actions. It's going to show in your actions. Now you're going to start disagreeing. Now you're going to start accepting and disagreeing with certain things. Now you're going to start disagreeing and accepting certain things. Why? Because it doesn't suit you. Because it doesn't sizzle in your spirit. Because you can't find it in yourself to accept it, but God accepts it. Doesn't that count for nothing? Does that count for anything? What God accepts counts for anything? Which means if God accepts it and you don't accept it, we must train ourselves to accept it. If God disagrees with it and you disagree with it, you must train yourself to disagree with it. You got to train yourself. I can't make you disagree. I can't make you agree. But the training, while a person is being training, while you're training yourself, you have to come to terms with yourself first. Come to acknowledgement with yourself first and say, you know what? I don't like this. And it's because of my upbringing and the way I've been brought up. But I have to train myself to accept it. People don't say things like that. People don't do things like that. You know why? Because they don't want to change.
Right.
First of all, you have not accepted this God to be your God. So you remain in your stubborn ways, and you continue to pick and choose what you want to do. Then you start to pick and choose how you want to live. And you determine what is good and what is evil according to you. Not according to what God said, according to you. And we can't serve God like that. There's no way we can do these laws, commandments, and statutes like that, man. I was born in the way of life. That don't mean nothing.
You're just in the way.
You're just in the way.
Right.
Why I say you're just in the way? Because even though you was born and raised in law, you still have this heathenistic mentality that restricts you from elevating in God's laws, elevating in the ways of God. We holding ourselves back, man. We are holding ourselves back. You are your own worst enemy. I'm my own enemy. Each and every one of you are your own worst enemy. I can't make you agree with God, man. That's the training with yourself that you have to do with yourself. And the training consists of praying, reading, fulfilling and doing. All these things in time will begin to take a positive effect on your spirit. That's what God said do it, huh? What? That's right. And this is why we can't do this. Because the reason why we disagree with God is because it's not a part of you. It's not a part of you. The word Kema means to practice. One of the definitions of Kema is to practice. Anything you practice becomes a habit. Anything you practice becomes habitual. So by you observing the Lord's day, it will not grow a part of you because you continue to find excuses why I don't congregate, or why I don't go to congregations, or why I don't do this, or why I don't do that. So because of that, you will not begin to draw the line. You will not have boundaries in your life that you won't cross. Boundaries that say, well, listen, man, I'll never do that. I will never do the other. I will never do this. Why? Because that person has drew boundaries for himself or herself. But these things don't develop right away. These things don't develop right away, man. All these things develop within time. Only in time will these things begin to develop. But we got to stop playing. Let's read.
Verse 2. And Aaron said unto them, break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your wives.
Break off the golden earrings.
Which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people break off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand. And fashioned it with a graving tool. After he had made it a molten calf.
The golden calf. Now this golden calf stems all the way back into Egyptian culture. Okay? All the way back into Egyptian culture. The golden calf was worshipped by the Hebrews during the period of the Exodus from Egypt in the 13th century BC and during the age of Jeroboam, king of Israel, in the 10th century. You know the time frame between Egypt and Jeroboam? That proves that these people have not let go of their past. That proves that people will be observing Shabbat and still holding on to their past life. Still have not let go of their past, which means they don't left the opening to always go back. To always go back. And this is why we can't take chances. I done took chances already. And I took chances already. And guess what? I've been burnt. Every time. So it doesn't make sense to deal with men or women who was not raised within the standards and the curriculum of God's laws. Very rare you find a person that leave off from their past to serve God and they remain. You find some, but there's more that left off.
That went back.
There's more that went back than some that stayed. I guarantee you that. The percentage is higher. Much higher. The golden calf is a representation of the Egyptian bull deity Apis. Okay? The golden calf, so now these deities and idols was worshipped in Egyptian culture. Okay? Apis the bull. And do you know you find Israelites with statues of bulls in their house? This is why God, people say, this is why God said, don't make no images and don't have no images of nothing that I created. No image from above. No image on the earth beneath. No image that's in the waters under the earth. Because these images of these things that we had, the nations used them as idols and deities. What do you think a teraphim is? A teraphim is just a G.I. Joe figure. 4 human figurines that the nations used and prayed to as idols. And we go and we buy these same things for our children to play with, when hundreds and thousands of years ago, Abraham would look at it and call that a teraphim. Isaac and Jacob, our forefathers, would look at these things as teraphims. But we play with it and we give it to our kids to play with. And we say, oh, I'm not praying to it. I'm not worshiping it. I'm not bowing down to it. God said don't have it. God said don't make it to yourself. We buy our kids dolls, G.I. Joe figures and action figures to play with. When these things are despised in the eyes of God. Deities that Abraham would not buy for his kids. See, we have an order and a structure to follow. God gave us this order and structure to follow. And the only way we can get close to God is by following that structure. Following that standards that God set. We think we're going to get to God the way we, without using that book. We think we're going to gain God's attention without using this book. You need this book to gain the attention of God. Because you can't gain the attention of God following after your own wanting ways. Following your own wanting ways, man. And when we do things contrary from what we read in this book, we are following our own wanting ways. We need to be truthful with ourselves, man. Be truthful with yourself and ask yourself. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, am I truly doing and living my life according to what God said? Am I doing everything that I know to be lawful and right according to what God says? Huh? We got to ask ourselves that. Am I? Because if you're not, then we need to make changes. You need to make changes. Okay? let's
Exodus
okay, no, hold up. The golden calf, okay, the golden calf was a cult image, right? A cult image made by Aaron. Cult image is a human-made object that is worshipped for a deity or spirit that it embodies. You know what embodies means? Which means that they will make human-made objects and your spirit is put within that object. Witchcraft. That's why when you watch certain movies, the warlock or the diviner will have a doll. It don't gotta look like you, but your spirit and your feelings and your emotions, everything that's in you is attached to this doll. And then he looks at you, take the doll arm, bend it back, your arm bend back. And that's not no lie. That's truth. You can take that door and stab that door, and the person that you're trying to hurt will feel it. That's witchcraft, man. And God said, that's why God said, don't make it or have it to yourself. Because all these things was used for negative purpose. Oh, I'm not using it for negative. They done made it abominable in the eyes of God. They made it abomination alone for its purpose. So we got to leave these things alone, man. And start following the curriculum and the standards that God has set. We follow the nations too much. I said we follow the people that we are surrounded by too much. He said you shall not follow after the ways and the customs of the nations that are round about you. You shall not do according to their works, to their deeds. And you know what their works are? The word for works or deeds is kema'asehem. Kema'asehem means like, kid means like ma'aseh. Ma'aseh means their work, their deeds, their practices, their traditions, their ceremonies. So their traditions and their ceremonies and their celebrations were completely opposite from Israel's traditions and ceremonies and celebrations. Okay? Nothing was the same. So if the nations celebrated birthdays, why do we celebrate birthdays? If the nations have a new year, there's no Israel New Year. Because I didn't read nowhere in the book, in Leviticus 23, where we had a new year. I read where it says a beginning of months. But Israel, smart Alex, wise guys. Well, the beginning of the month of the year was, listen, it was during the harvest, and then God, brother, we actually had 2 New Years. Oh, we actually had 3 New Years. Oh, we actually had 4 New Years. So show me a celebration of a New Year in the book. Show me one. And I'll eat the book, man. I said, I will eat the cover of this book. Show me. Please show me. I read about all the traditions and celebrations that Israel celebrates. And we had to, look, we had Hanukkah. And Hanukkah was not in the Tanakh. Hanukkah is found in the Apocrypha during the Maccabean era. You know what Chanukah means? Chanukah means rededication. Not festival of lights. It is in commemoration of the rededication of the altar when the altar got desecrated. Okay? Then you have Purim, casting of lots, when the nation was delivered by who? By Esther. By Esther. Where this woman was adorned and respected for her strength in God that she attained from following after a godly man, which was her husband. No, her husband died. She was married, and she had a godly husband. But then she had a man that she was married to. She wasn't, huh? Mordecai was her cousin and raised her up. So she never was married? Didn't say, right? Never was married. He was raised up. Mordecai raised. I know Mordecai was her cousin, but she was raised up by her cousin, and Mordecai was a righteous man, and she was used to deliver a nation, pure. Then you have Feast of Unleavened Bread, Passover. There's never going to be another Passover, so stop killing the lambs. Stop killing the lambs. There was only one Passover because this was during the time we was in Egypt. Okay? Passover, meaning when the death angel passed over Egypt and he killed the death of the firstborn within the house. The blood that was put on the doorpost, when the death angel passed over, he will see the blood and he won't move in on that house to kill that firstborn. Then from that, we have Feast of Unleavened Bread. We have Feast of Booths. We have Feast of Weeks. We have the new moons. We have Yom Teruah. Yom Teruah means day of the blasting, not Rosh Chodesh or Rosh Hashanah, head of the year. I never read about Rosh Hashanah in the book. I read about Yom Teruah, which means the day of the blast. Day of the blast meaning the blast was that trumpet that waxed louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. Which means that wasn't humans blowing those trumpets. In the Hebrew, it says the voice of a trumpet, which means they done transferred their voice and made their voice into a trumpet sound, and they waxed it loud. So I ain't read nowhere in the book where we had a new year. But we are so misconstrued and so bent into following after the ways and the customs of heathens, after the ways and customs of the nations, after the ways and customs of the world. Remember, God told you to destroy these 7 nations because of their ways and the things that they've done that caused God to want to destroy them. And here we go. We want to follow after these people. We want to follow after these people. Go ahead, Tamshi.
Exodus chapter 32, verse 4.
Tamshi.
And he received them at their hand.
He received them at their hand.
He fashioned it with a graving tool.
Fashioned it with a graving tool.
After he had made it a molten calf.
After he done made it a molten calf.
And they said, these be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt.
Read.
And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said,
Aaron goes and builds an altar dedicated to this deity, dedicated to the golden calf. Go ahead, read.
And said, tomorrow is a feast to the Lord. And they rose up early on the morrow and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink and rose up to play. And the Lord said unto Moses, go, get thee down, for thy people which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt have corrupted themselves.
Look what God told Moses now. He said, hurry up. Hurry up. Get on down. He said, because your people have corrupted themselves. They ain't my people, and you can't be God's people in this state, in this fashion. So think about it now. Are we truly God's people or are we not? Because according to your ways and according to these Israelites and how they're living and the things that they do that is contrary from the ways of God, you are not God's people. You're not accepted in the eyes of God, because in order to be accepted in the eyes of God, you got to be following after his ways. You got to be following after his ways, his commandments, his statutes, for God to claim you. For him to claim you. Because we do things that cause God to push us away. We do things that cause God not to claim us. Go ahead.
Verse 8. They have turned aside quickly out of the way.
Now he said, and the Lord said unto Moses, go get it down, for thy people, which thou hast brought out the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. The word for corrupt is shakat. Corrupt means what? To change from good to bad in morals, manners, or actions. To degrade with unsound principles or moral values. To become morally debased. Okay? Morals is a person's standards. Your morals has to deal with a person or with your standards of behavior or beliefs. And then you can determine whether the person has good morals. But if your behavior and how you act stinks, and then on top of that, you don't have your belief is all misconfused and that's going to bring about a person with bad morals. That's the reason why a person would do certain things to where a person that served God wouldn't do. Because that person, some people, and they don't have to be, you don't have to serve God. Because you got some people that don't serve God with good morals. And still wouldn't do what you just did. So that we got to realize that. You have some people with good morals that wouldn't do certain things. Okay? Morals is a person's standards of behavior or belief concerning what is and is not acceptable for them to do. Okay? Which means I will look at certain things and I won't do it. Why? Because it's not acceptable by God.
That's right.
Why? Because it's not acceptable by God, so I can't do this. I can't do it. Okay? Your manners. Manners is a person's way of behaving towards others. How you behave towards each other. How you behave and act towards people. That tells me whether you have good manners. Okay? Unacceptable. All right? Unsound means unacceptable. Unsound principles meaning unacceptable principles. Unacceptable manners and actions is when your principles, manners, and actions are opposite and contrary from God. Okay? From the Most High's godly principles and manners and actions. My principles have to be the same as God's principles. My standards has to be according to God's standards, not God's standards according to mine. Okay, let's go read.
Verse 8.
Verse 8.
They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf and have worshipped it. And have sacrificed thereunto and said, these be thy gods,
these be thy gods, O
which
Israel,
have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore,
he said, I've seen these people. He said, and these people are stiff-necked. They're hard-headed. A stiff-necked person now is proud. I said a stiff-necked person is proud because you become unwilling. A stiff-necked person is proud because you become unwilling to do the will of God and the right thing to do. Learn the ways of a proud or person with pride. When someone is initiating or reiterating what is right according to the standards of God, and you reject it, that's pride. That's pride, man. Yo, man, listen, man, you shouldn't do this, man. The Lord said, pop, 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 pop. I don't care. And you still go through with it, you have pride in you. Because the pride that you have in you, it hinders you from doing that which is lawful and right by God. Go ahead.
Now therefore, let me alone, That my
He said, now,
wrath,
therefore, leave me alone.
that my
He's
wrath,
talking to Moses, he said, leave me alone. He said, that what?
that my wrath may wax hot against them.
That my wrath may wax. What verse you at?
10.
Okay, he said, therefore, leave me alone that my wrath may wax hot against them. Read.
And that I may consume them, and I will make of thee a great nation. And Moses besought the Lord his God and said,
and
Lord,
Moses besought God. You know what besought means? To entreat God's favor. To entreat God's favor. To beseech. To supplicate. Okay? So now, to entreat God's favor. Entreat means to plead. To plead with, especially in order to persuade. He's pleading, Moses is pleading with God to turn his mind off or change his mind from consuming his people. That's how much Moses cared for these people and loved these people. Okay? To beseech means what? To call upon, to appeal, to beg. To appeal means to make an urgent request for a reversal. Asking God to reverse his decision, to change his decision, because the Creator was going to wipe out millions of people at the bottom of that mountain. But he's pleading with God and pleading with God and pleading with God to change his mind. Go ahead. What verse you at?
11. And Moses besought the Lord his God and said, Lord, why doeth thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from off the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath and repent.
Wait, go back. Go back to that verse.
12.
Yup.
Verse 12. Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say?
He said, wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say? Moses, he pleaded with God. He said, Lord God, he said, easy. Don't wipe out these people. He said, because if you wipe out these people, then you're going to cause the Egyptians to talk junk. He said, Egyptians going to start talking. Go ahead.
For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains.
All Moses is thinking about is the name of God. All Moses is thinking about the reputation of God. That's why he told me, he said, don't wipe them out, because if you wipe them out, then you're going to cause the nations, the Egyptians and everybody else could talk junk against your name. Talking about you brought the nation out just to wipe them out, just to kill them in the wilderness. Go ahead.
And to consume them from the face of the earth. Turn from thy fierce wrath.
Turn from thy fierce wrath.
This evil against thy
and
people.
Repent of this evil that what?
This evil against thy people.
Against thy people. The word for repent is nakam. Nun het mem sofi. It means to reconsider. To reconsider means to consider something again for possible change of decisions, which means you're reconsidering your actions. Where God was about to wipe out a nation, so now reconsider what you're about to do, and change your decisions. Change, right? Go ahead, read.
13. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thine own self, and saidest unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven.
Moses was a wise man. He said, I know. He knew exactly what to say to appease the anger of God. And he went all the way back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He said, remember those men who you done went into covenant with, and you swore to these men. Right? Go ahead, read.
And saidest unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven. And all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. The Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand.
So now God has changed his mind. He repented of the evil that he was going to do to the nations. Right? Moses stood in the breach. He stood in the opening because God was going to wipe out this nation. In the Psalms, he told Moses to get out the way. He said, get out the way. I'm going to wipe out these people, and I'm going to make a nation out of you. You know what that tells you right there? Moses was not a proud man. He wasn't a selfish man. He wasn't a man that was for himself. He was for the nation. He was for the people. And he was willing to give up his life to save the people. The way Moses was is what drew God's attention towards him. That's why God looked inside of him and said, this is the only man with those type of qualities with those type of traits and qualities that I can use to deliver these people. He was the right man for the job. Because during God's deliverance of the nation, guess what? Even God considered where he's bringing these people from, where they're coming from. And God knew that these people was not going to believe in him because of their background and where they came from, because of their past. 430 years living as an Egyptian. You think it's going to be easy to switch over? No. You got 30, 40 years in doing certain things. You got to. Go ahead, read.
The tables were written on both their sides.
The tables were written on both sides, read.
On the one side and on the other were they written. Verse 16.
16. Go ahead.
And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, graven upon the tables. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp.
He said, there's a noise of war in the camp. I don't know what's going on, Moses. Moses came down because God sent them down. He said, your people done turned aside quickly. He said, get on down. So when Moses comes down, Joshua meets him. But notice that Joshua separated himself from the people. Okay? He did not attend or join them in their abominations. He separated himself to show God that I don't agree with this. So therefore, I have to separate. Go ahead, read.
And he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery. Neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome. But the noise of them that sing do I hear.
The noise of them that sing do I hear. Now, the Hebrew word for sing is ayin nun shabut's tav. It means the voice of affliction. He said it's the voice of affliction. It sounds like somebody's being afflicted. But I know it's something weird is going on. But I'm not staying around to find out what they're doing. Because I don't want God to charge me with agreeing with whatever's going on here. So he had to separate himself, and he waited for one man to come down. If Moses stayed up there, he going to stay right there by that mountain. And he going to wait right there with Moses. And I'm going to prove to my God that I don't agree with none of this. Tom Sheet.
Verse 19. And it came to pass as soon as he came nigh to the camp that he saw the calf.
When Moses goes in now, he see the calf. Tom Sheet.
And the dancing. And Moses' anger waxed hot. And he cast the tables out of his hands and brake them out of his hand, and they broke. Read. And he took the calf which they had made and burnt it in the fire and ground it to powder.
Took the calf that they made and burnt it in the fire and ground it in powder.
And stored it upon the water. And made the children of Israel drink of it.
Made the nation drink from it. Tom Sheet.
And Moses said unto Aaron,
Exodus chapter 32, verse 21. And Moses said unto Aaron, Tom Sheet.
What did this people unto thee that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them?
Right. Moses had to ask Aaron. He said, man, Aaron, hold up, man. What did these people do to you to make you make this despicable thing? What these people did to you, man? Go ahead.
And Aaron said,
look what Aaron told him.
let not the anger of my Lord wax hot.
He said, please don't wax hot. Don't get angry.
Thou knowest the people.
He said, you know the people.
That they are set on mischief.
That they are set on mischief.
For they said unto me, make us gods which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we want not what is become of him. And I said unto them, whatsoever have any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when
he playing games. He said, listen, I told him, listen, these people has been on mischief. He said, I told him, take the gold off. I took the gold, I threw it in the fire, and out came the calf. Go ahead, read.
And Moses saw that the people were naked.
Moses saw that the people were naked. The word in the Hebrew for naked is pei, resh, ani, means para, right? It means not controlled or limited in any way. Not controlled or limited in any way, which means at this point in time, everything goes. They was wild.
Agrees.
Right? It also means a tale of lust and unbridled passion. You know what unbridled passion is? It was no holds barred. I'm snatching your wife. You snatching my wife. Everything went down. Every despicable thing that you could think of happened at the grounds of Mount Sinai, which caused and drew God's attention to look, and he seen this, and he was tempted to destroy these people and wipe them out because of what they was doing at the grounds of Mount Sinai. And we do these things thinking that, hey, it's okay. I can do it with my wife. Certain acts, certain despicable acts that God hates and despises. Go ahead, read.
And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked until their shame amongst their enemies.
Time sheet.
Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said,
Moses stood in the gate, which means he stood at the opening. Go ahead, read.
And said, who is on the Lord's side?
See, who's on God's side?
Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men.
3,000 men. Read.
For Moses had said, consecrate yourselves today to the Lord, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses said unto the people, ye have sinned a great sin.
He said, ye have sinned a great sin.
And now I will go up unto the Lord.
Now I'm going to go up unto God.
Peradventure I shall make an atonement for your sin.
Peradventure I shall make an atonement for your sin. I hope God accept it. I hope he will accept this from my mouth. He said, because this, I don't know if he's going to accept this from my mouth and accept this atonement that I'm trying to make for this nation, because this here is a great sin. And guess what? You know what that means? When it's a great sin, sometimes some iniquities, there's no coming back. There's no making no atonement. There's no pleading for forgiveness. There's no coming back from these things, man. So he said, I hope, peradventure, he will accept this at my hand. I hope. Go ahead, read.
And Moses returned unto the Lord and said, oh, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them gods of gold. Yet now, if thou wilt forgive their sin, and if
he
not,
said, yet now, if you will forgive their sin,
and if not, blot me, I pray thee, out of thy book which thou hast written.
You hear what he asked God? He said, oh Lord God, if you don't accept, if you don't forgive these people, he said, blot me, I pray thee. Blot me. All right? To forgive meaning what? To stop feeling angry. Which means if you truly forgive someone, then you're not angry no more. You ain't going to keep bringing up the instance.
Right.
You're not going to continue to bring up the situation. The only ones that did that was parents. They are allowed to do things like that.
Exception.
God can do that. God and your parents. But brother, if I truly forgive you, then I shouldn't be bringing it up. The only way I will bring it back up, if you keep repeating the action. So now I got to bring it up and put it towards your face and let you know. All right? Stop feeling angry or resentful towards someone for an offense, a flaw, or a mistake. Moses said, go ahead, read.
And if not, blot me, I pray thee, out of thy book which thou hast written.
Blot me, I pray thee. If you don't forgive these people, blot me. Now, Makah means to wipe out, to destroy, to erase. To erase means to remove from existence or memory. To wipe out means complete, utter destruction. To destroy means to put out of existence. To blot means to cause to disappear. You hear the things that he's asking God to do to him. You don't want God to do that to you. Because then there's no akarit. There's no akarit for you, for this person that God blot out, wipe out, destroy, or erase. Look what God told him.
And the Lord said unto Moses, whosoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book.
Okay, now. So that kills that anybody can die for your sins.
Okay.
No one can die for your iniquities. You, me, us, we all die for what we do. Everybody must pay for what you do. Okay? Now, we have to watch our thinking pattern. We have to watch our thoughts. Because before I react and I do something, it came here first. You thought about it first. Some people think about it and they eject those thoughts. And they pull back and say, man, what's wrong with me? Why did these thoughts come to my mind? I know it's unlawful. I have to do more cleaning with myself now. Because these thoughts are not supposed to come here. And then you have some people where they think about it and they react according to what they are, according to what they're thinking about. Go ahead, read.
Verse 34. Therefore now go, lead the people unto the place of which I have spoken unto thee. Behold, mine angel shall go before thee. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon thee.
He said, my angel shall go before thee. He said, nevertheless, in the day that I visit, the word for visit is paquad. It means in the day that I remember. In the day that I will command or I will remember. Because sometimes you get flashbacks from being treated a certain way, from being done wrong.
That's right.
So you get flashbacks of these things, and you begin to read. See, the only way. See, let me explain how God, the ways of God. You know what will cause? You know what causes God to remember your past and the things that you have done? When you continue to live wickedly, when you continue to live wickedly in the eyes of God. So everything that you've done, you start to go back. You start to think. Go ahead, read.
Behold, mine angel shall go before thee. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them. And the Lord plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made.
And the Lord plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. Do we get that? The people ain't make the calf. Aaron made it. But the people got charged. Why the people got charged? Because they got up and they pressed him and told him to make it. Which means when we if I take money to hire someone to do something and it gets done, right? God is not going to charge the person that did it. He's going to charge the person that came, that sent them out or paid them to fulfill or do certain things. That's how God works. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. Exodus chapter 33. And the Lord said unto Moses, depart and go up hence, thou and the people which thou hast brought up out of the land of Egypt, unto the land which I swear unto Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, unto thy seed will I give it. And I will send an angel before thee, and I will drive out the Canaanite, the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. For I will not go up in the midst of thee, for thou art a stiff-necked people, lest I consume thee in the way. And when the people heard these evil tidings,
God said, listen, I'm not coming up before you, man. He's still angry. God is still angry on what they did. And this is what caused God not to go up before them. Because that was a great iniquity, man. That was a big sin for them to build a golden calf and then they started worshiping it. So God said, listen, I'm not going up before you. I'm angry. I don't want to be around you right now. I don't want to be around you right now. Okay? And that reminds me of parents and people. When you do things to offend them, and they just don't want to be around you right now. I have to wait until my anger pacifies, until I calm down to come back around, because it's going to bring about negative actions. So therefore, I don't want to come around you. Go ahead.
Verse 4, and when the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man did put on his ornaments.
He said, when the people heard these evil tidings, they cried out. They cried out. He said, and because of that, nobody put on their ornaments. You know what was the ornaments? The trinkets and things that they had on. Look, the frontlet, the bracelet, the things that was dedicated to God, they took it all off. They took it off. Okay, read.
For the Lord has said unto Moses, say unto the children of Israel, ye are a stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of thee in a moment and consume thee.
And that's why God stayed away. He said, because if I come around you, I'm going to destroy you. So for me not to destroy you, I have to stay away. I got to back up. Hey, go ahead, read.
Therefore now put off thy ornaments from thee, that I may know what to do unto thee.
Wait a minute. So these things, these ornaments that they had on, God said, I can't do you in wearing these holy things. I can't do you in with these ornaments, with these frontlets and bracelets, how I decorated you and decked you out in silver and gold, dedicated to God. He said, take those things off. Because now, by you taking these things off, you look like the regular Joe Schmo now. You look like the regular one. You look like the regular Negro. It's very important to look the part, because even with these things on, God will have mercy on you, and it will hinder him from going 100% on you. Putting on your garment and your robes and your frontlet and bracelet and turban. All these things is your fringes. These things are the things that God adorned us with, and it holds weight. It holds weight. Go ahead, read.
And the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments by the Mount Horeb. And Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, or far off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the congregation.
Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, or far off from the camp, away from the people at that time. Why? Because at this point in time, God don't want to be around these people. These people is hard-headed and stiff-necked. And after everything that God did for them, they still turned their backs on God and gave his praises to deities and idols. So when you come to serve God, I have to let go. I have to learn to let go of my past. I have to learn to let go of the things that I was taught. I have to let go of the things that my parents taught me. I have to let go of the things that I learned. But in order to let go, I have to be able to denounce. I have to be able to see the negative side of those things, to where I can realize that those things that I learned before was not godly, was not right. So therefore, I got to leave off from that and start pursuing the ways and the customs of God by reading this book. Tom Sheep. Listen, the ways and the custom of God is found only here. You will only learn the ways of God by reading this book. You will only learn the way God thinks by reading this book. Tom Sheep.
And it came to pass that everyone which sought the Lord went out unto the tabernacle of the congregation, which was without the camp. It came to pass when Moses went out unto the tabernacle that all the people rose up and stood every man at his tent door, and looked after Moses until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle.
He said Moses went into the tabernacle. Go ahead. And what?
The cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle.
The cloud, when Moses went into the tabernacle, the cloud came from heaven, came down and covered the entrance of the tabernacle. What was inside that thick cloud was the glory of God. This is why he's God. Because he can come to you in any form that he wants to come to you in. He don't have one form. That's why he was able to put Moses in the cleft of the rock and remove his hand and show him his back parts. That's why he's able at a point in time in history where he can come down within that pillar of cloud and cover the whole tabernacle, because he's God. Come to you however he wants. Tom C, what verse we have?
Verse 10. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door. And all the people rose up and worshipped every man in his tent door. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaking unto his friend.
As a man speaking to his friend.
And he turned again into the camp. When his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moses said unto the Lord, see, thou sayest unto me, bring up this people.
He said, Moses said, see, God. He said, you told me to bring up this people.
And thou hast not let me know whom thou wilt send with me.
And you ain't tell me and show me who you going to send with me.
Yet thou hast said, I know thee by name.
He said, yet. He said, I know thee by name.
And thou hast also
found grace in my sight.
Now therefore I pray thee, if I have found grace in thy sight, show me now thy way, that I may know thee.
Listen, he says, oh Lord, he said, if I have found grace, if I have found favor and mercy in your eyes, he said, then show me now your ways. He said, show me your ways. Teach me your path. Show me your laws. That's the only way you can gain any type of attention or learn anything about this God. After, first of all, be accepted in the eyes of God. For him to show me his ways. Because if God don't show you your ways, you ain't gonna know. You'll never know. The ways of God is all through the book. The laws of God and the ways of God are two different things. Or two different things. It's not the same. Go ahead, read.
Show me now thy way, that I may know thee, that I may find grace in thy sight. And consider that this nation is thy people. Verse 14. And he said, my presence shall go with thee, and I will give thee rest. And he said unto him, if thy presence go not with me, carry us not up.
God said, listen, my presence is going to go with you. He said, I will give you rest. Moses returned and come back. He said, man, but if you don't come with us, he said, don't allow us to leave. I don't want to go nowhere. The only way I'm going to start traveling is if you're with me. You got to be with us, Lord. Go ahead, read.
For wherein shall it be known here that I and thy people have found grace in thy sight? Is it not in that thou goest with us? So shall we be separated, I and thy people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And the Lord said unto Moses, I will do this thing also that thou hast spoken, for thou hast found grace in my sight. I know thee by name. And he said, I beseech thee, show me thy glory.
Show me thy glory.
And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before thee. And will be gracious to whom I will be gracious.
I will be gracious
to whom
I will be gracious to.
And will show mercy.
And will show mercy
on whom I will show mercy.
Which means it's my choice who I want to be gracious to. It's God's choice who we want to show mercy to. And I ain't got to explain to you why I showed this person's mercy. Okay? But then when we read in Psalms 18, God said, he said, to the merciful, I will show myself mercy. To the one that shows pity, I will show pity to you. So how we want mercy from God, but you don't want to show mercy? How we want and desire pity from God, but you don't want to show no pity? This man is deserving of death. Our person is deserving of death, but you had mercy. You show mercy, and you deliver him. And don't look, man. We can't expect what you're not dishing out.
Right.
If you're not dishing it out and portraying and emanating mercy, you can't expect. Don't expect mercy from God, because God is going to deal with you according to your ways and how you are.
Verse 20, and he said, thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live.
That's the God we serve. We serve a God that you can't just see his face, and you're not going to see God's face. We don't know how God looks, because any man that see the face of God dies. He said, no man see my face and live. That tell you right there, this is a different. This is something different from what you're doing, or from how you're living, or from what God, who you think is God. Go ahead.
And the Lord said, behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass while my glory passeth by, that I will put thee in the cleft of the rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen.
You see what God did? He took Moses, put him in the cleft of the rock, removed his hand, and showed him his back parts. Go ahead, read.
Exodus chapter 34.
Hold up. And I will take away my hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. And this is why God looked at Moses. Look. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord said unto Moses, hew thee 2 tables of stone, like unto the first. And I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables which thou breakest. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present thyself there to me in the top of the mountain.
He said, be ready in the morning, because at this point in time now, Moses we got to get those tablets back. You done broke them when you came down at the grounds of Mount Sinai, when you envisioned the people worshiping this golden calf. Okay? So now we got to get the tablets back. He said, hew out 2 what? 2 tables of stone like unto the first. To hew means to cut. Okay, go ahead.
And I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables which thou breakest. And be ready in the morning.
Be ready in the morning.
Come up in the morning.
Come up in the morning.
Unto Mount Sinai. And present thyself there to me in the top of the mountain. And no man shall come up with thee. Neither let any man be seen throughout all the mountain. Neither let the flocks nor herds feed before that mountain.
Exodus chapter 34, verse 4.
And he hewed 2 tables of stone, like unto the first. And Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai, as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone. And the Lord descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of the Lord. And the Lord passed by before him.
Okay, hold on right there. Hold on right there. It said, no man shall, let's see. All right. And the Lord descended. I'm on chapter 34, verse 5. Right? And the Lord descended in the cloud and stood with him there. Right? The word for cloud is ayin nun, Sophie, anan. That was a cloud mass of theophanic. Cloud mass of theophanic is the visible manifestation of the divine presence of God. The divine presence of God was within that thick cloud. He used that thick cloud to cover him. So you can't see him. Okay? That's why he's God, man. I said, that's why he is God. He's the Most High. El Elyon. Most High meaning highly elevated. He's the highest form. Highest form, man. Highest divine presence is God. And because he is the highest divine presence, he can come to you in any form or fashion. Okay? He can make himself visible. That's why he allowed Moses to see his back parts. Okay? He can come down in a thick cloud and his glory within that cloud. He can present himself in that burning bush. Cause that bush to burn to draw the attention of Moses. Next thing, when Moses get close to the burning bush, he heard the voice of God coming out of that burning bush. Now, God did that for one reason, to draw his attention towards this. Which means if you don't show no interest in God, then God is not going to show no interest in you. You ain't going to gain God's attention will not be towards you. He's not going to be attentive to you because you are not showing no interest in the things that you need to show interest in. So, how can you detect or tell if a person is interested? By how they live. By how they conduct their life. By the rules that they bind upon themselves that are godly and righteous stipulations. Okay? Now, when you bind yourself by these rules and stipulations and standards, and you stick to it without swaying off to the left and swaying off to the right, that's how you gain God's attention. Because God deals with time. I said the Creator deals with time. How long have you been living this way? See, we're like a backsliding heifer because we do and then we back up. And we don't back up just an inch. We back all the way. We go all the way back. We go all the way back. We go so far back that sometimes you can't find your way back to God. Be careful, man, because sometimes we fall off too far and we break ourselves too far away from God that it's a hard time for us to come back. And when you try to come back, sometimes God uses certain people to deliver the message, to get a message passed through before he block you 100%.
Okay.
Before God blocks you and hedge up that way to where you can't find your way back to God. But he give you a chance to say, man, let me send this God to send you some wise words. And I hope you hearken. Even though God knows you're not going to hearken, but I don't want you to say that you ain't giving me a chance. So I'm going to allow, because of God's mercy, I'll allow this person to come to you and warn you. Warn you according to these laws, hoping that you come back. God give us a chance all the time. God give us chances all the time, man. It was up to us whether we want to detect that this is God speaking. And he's using this person or that person to get this message through me. Why? Because of the goodness of my father, because of the righteousness of my mother. So because of the standards of your father and the standards of how your standards of your father was before me, I'm gonna give your son, I'm gonna give your daughter a chance. And I'm gonna give them one last warning before I shut them down. I'm gonna give you a chance before I shut you 100% down. But we think it's a game. You really think it's a game, Tom Sheik?
Verse 4. And he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first. And Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone.
Go back. Go back. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And he
No. Verse 6. 6. Tom Sheik. 34 verse 6? Yeah, 34 verse 6. Tom Sheik. And the Lord passed by
before him and proclaimed, the Lord God.
And the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed, the Lord, God. Now we're going to learn the attributes, the character of God. The attributes and the character of God. Let's read it. What is the attributes and the character of God?
Merciful.
He said God is merciful. What is merciful? What does it mean to be merciful? Merciful means showing compassion or forgiveness. Compassion or forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within your power to punish and harm. That's God.
Yeah.
That's God. It's in his power to destroy you and wipe you out. But because he's God and he's all merciful, he refrained and hold himself back from wiping you out. Okay, go ahead. Now hold up. Merciful, go ahead, read.
And gracious.
And gracious. Long suffering. Abundant in goodness and truth. What is compassion? Okay? Compassion is sympathetic pity and concern for the sufferings or misfortune of others. Isn't that what Ezra was pleading to God about? Even though the people already turned away from God, he still had pity and compassion for them because God was going to do these people dirty. And he kept speaking up for the people. Speaking up for the people. Speaking up for the people. You know what he said? The angel asked Ezra, he said, why are you concerned with these people? Why don't you worry about yourself? Worry about the righteous. But that wasn't godly human nature. I say godly human nature. The godly human nature was, I'm still considering, and I'm still merciful, and I still feel for you. Right? Long suffering. Long suffering is what? Arek. Arek, long suffering means what? To be patient while being annoyed or insulted. Ain't that God? Isn't that God? How much did God have to be so patient? Had to be so patient because the people kept tempting God and tempting him and tempting him. So he had to be patient. He had to be long-suffering because if God wasn't long-suffering, he would have destroyed the people. He would have wiped the people out. He would have destroyed them long time ago. So now the characteristics of long-suffering is what? Self-restraint. Self-restraint is self-control. Not quick to retaliate. Those are characteristics of God. And guess what? We need to start inhibiting, right? Practicing the characteristics of God. That means self-control. A lot of us don't have self-control. We move off of emotions. We get emotional, which is anger and grief and worry, fear, stress. Those are all emotions. And we react upon our emotions. And when we react, our reaction is not godly. It's not right. Because then after you reacted, you done found out that you was wrong. You done found out that you was wrong. You done jumped the gun. That's what we all do. We jump the gun. Allow someone to hang themselves first before you jump the gun. Step down and relax. See what's going on. Understand what's going on before you react. Tom sheet.
Verse 7. Keeping mercy for thousands.
Keeping mercy for thousands.
Forgiving iniquity.
Forgiving iniquity.
Transgression.
And sin.
And that will by no means.
Clear
the guilty.
The guilty ain't getting off. The guilty ain't getting off. Go ahead, read.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers. Now, the word for visit, understand, is paquad. Pay, kuf, dalit. Paquad means to remember. Paquad means to command. So God said, I will visit, I will remember, I will command the sins of the fathers upon the children. Which means if I'm living an unrighteous life and I'm doing things contrary from what God said, then he's going to visit and command my iniquities to rest upon my children. And now when that happened, now your children start moving in the way that's not God, that's not godly, that's not right. And then you want to ask yourself, what's wrong with this child? Why is this child moving this way? Well, apparently you had not read the book, son. God is remembering and commanding your sins to visit that poor child. I said, God is commanding your sins to visit your children, which is causing them to move in a certain way. Do I need to prove it with the book? Remember what King David did. King David did something, and God stirred up trouble within his house because of what he did. Even though he sent Nathan the prophet to erase it. He told Nathan the prophet, he said, go to him and tell him, he said, thou shalt not die, your iniquity has been erased. He said, but, he said, I'm going to stir up trouble within your house. Now look at what happened and what transpired within King David's house. With Absalom, with Amnon, with Adonijah. All these things were stirred up within their houses, his house, because of what King David did before. What verse we at?
Middle of 7.
Yes.
That will by no means clear the guilty.
That will by no means clear the guilty.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Remembering, commanding the iniquities of the fathers upon the children, upon the children's children, unto the third and to the fourth generations. You know how many years is a generation? Or is it 100 years? So this thing is a continual thing that is an ongoing thing if this person doesn't repair the breach. How do you repair the breach? What is the breach? When you repair the breach, the breach, the Hebrew word is peretz. It means the opening. Close the opening. There's a breach. There's an opening that's causing this foul ways and despicable ways to enter. And the only way to close this opening is the fulfilling of the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. Okay? Now, the breach in the spirit is when we allow sin to control us. That's how you know when you got a breach. When you become susceptible to iniquity. When you become susceptible to things that is contrary from what God says. Okay? So, okay? That is an indication that our spirit has been breached. There's an opening. There's an opening in your spirit which allows sin to come. What causes this opening is iniquities. Presumptuous iniquities. Okay? That's why the Creator looked at Cain. He said, if you do good, he said, I will exalt you. But if you don't do good, he says, sin lieth at the door. Unto thee shall it be your desire, but thou shalt rule over him. So you can rule him, but I can't rule over sinning presumptuously. See, Cain did not gain the attention of God. He didn't have the attention of God. God did not regard him. It never specified why God didn't regard him, why he didn't gain God's attention. Okay? And they never specified what he did to cause God to push him off like that, for him not to gain God's attention. But even though he didn't gain God's attention, he still was able to conversate and have a talk with God to find out what's going on. God appeared to him and said, hey, what's up, son? He said, why is your countenance falling? Why are you looking all sad? He said, if you do as well, I will exalt you. God knows the reason why. He knows why his face all down and looking all sad. Just like a parent to his child. Just like a husband to his wife. Or a wife to the husband. Sometimes the husband walk around the house and mope too. So the wife comes to him, go to him and ask, hey, Ish, what's wrong? Are you okay? What's bothering you? Did you have a good day? Why you moving like that? I see you moving kind of. And these are things that we need to notice with each other. Okay? I got to be able to notice that with my woman, and my woman got to be able to notice that with me. And when I'm coming to plead to you and find out what happened, don't answer me with a shrewd answer. Leave it alone. Wait. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong. So I'm concerned. And all I want to do is make things better for you. All I want to do is remove that sad countenance from your face. That's it. Just like a parent. I seen my father come to me. He said, hey, son, what's up, man? You moving different, man. You look kind of down right now, man. You look down. Your spirit look down, son. He said, come on, man, you want to talk about something? My father come to me and asked me, you want to talk about it? You want to tell me what's wrong? And then most of us don't tell him. Abba, I'm all right, Abba. You are all right. My mother come to me, son, what's wrong? You look down. I'm all right, Ima. Nah, something's wrong. I know something is wrong. My father, nah, I know something is wrong. He said, but you're going to sit there and lie to me, right? I laughed. Yeah, just like a parent towards the child, that's the same way God was to us. But the reason why we don't have that direct contact with God is because of our iniquities, our sins. God favor us, man. If we favor him and start fulfilling doing what we need to be doing, he will favor you because you will be the only one. It's easy to be righteous in these times. Ain't nobody following God. Ain't nobody doing these laws the way it's supposed to be written. Nobody. And certain things, they refrain from talking because the people is violating it. Now, if you're cutting your hair, I'm going to teach you about cutting your hair. If you're balding your face, I'm going to teach you about balding your face. Stop doing it. If you like to eat, if you like to carry burdens, I'm going to talk about carrying burdens. I'm going to talk about carrying burdens because that's what a teacher does. We don't know the reason of a teacher. The teacher scans the congregation and see what's needed. What's needed and what's lacking. Okay? Hoping that you accept and acknowledge where you're coming up short at and get better with God. That's when we get better. We got to be able to acknowledge our faults. Our faults. Okay? Got to, man. Okay. He that has no rule over your own spirit is like a city that is broken down because you can't control yourself. It's compared to a broken down city because you won't be able to control yourself. You won't be able to pull back. Okay? The Creator warned man from the beginning of sin. Sin's desire to enter and rule man's life. Sin's desire to enter into man and rule your life. It's our job to grab on to the strength of God and rule our spirit by not giving in. By not giving in to that which is ungodly. Go ahead, Tom Sheep. Where we at?
Exodus 34, verse 8.
Exodus 34, verse 8. Tom Sheep.
And Moses made haste and bowed his head toward the earth.
Moses made haste and bowed his head towards what?
The earth.
Towards the earth.
And worshiped.
And worshipped. Oh my, and worshipped. The word for worship is tishtakawe. We're going to learn what worship is. Now, worship, and when we worship is an extreme form of love for God. That's what worship is. Worship is an extreme form of love for God. Okay? It's a type of unquestioning devotion to God. It's an unquestioning devotion, which means you don't question what you read. You don't doubt what you read. Stop questioning God. Okay? If you worship God, then that shows the love for God so much that you don't question what you read. Right. Which means you put your trust. That's called what? Blind allegiance. Right. That's called blind allegiance. And blind allegiance is whatever God says. But in order for me to do these things and believe and go and take heed to what God says, I got to believe God. I got to believe. I got to have a certain level of belief in the God of Israel. Right. Not any God, because there are many deities that call themselves after the name of God. Yeah. Oh, I am God. Oh, I'm God. No. There's only one God. Right. Okay. There's only one God. Mm-hmm. And this one God have a standard and curriculum for us to follow. Right. And the standard and curriculum for us to follow, we read it here in the book. It's here.
Yeah.
It's here. We have a chance to save ourselves from ourselves, but we're not taking heed to what we read. It's not only what you do. It's not only the things that you do. It's the things that you think about. Huh? It's the things that you say.
Yeah.
It's the things, it's your ways. So people may say, oh, I'm doing everything I need to be doing, but what thought done passed through your mind that was wrong? What are those words that you done spoke out your mouth that you should have held back? And what about your dirty and filthy ways? We don't think about none of the three. Oh, I'm doing. My father said, it's 95% has to deal with your heart and your ways. 5% of what you do. 5% of what you do.
5% physical.
5% physical. 95% spiritual. So clean your ways, man, because it's our ways and how we are is what caused God to distance himself from us. These are the things that cause God to push us away. Time sheet.
And he said, if now I have found grace in thy sight,
He
O
said,
Lord,
if I have found grace in your sight, O God,
let my Lord, I pray thee, go amongst us. For it
please
is
come amongst us if I found grace in your eyes. Go ahead and read.
For it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity.
For it is a stiff-necked people. A stiff-necked person is proud and unwilling to conform. I said a stiff-necked person is proud, and they will not conform. To conform means what? To agree. They ain't gonna never agree with God. They're not gonna never agree with righteousness. They're not gonna ever agree with the things that they read. Why? Because it doesn't correlate with them. It doesn't correlate with what they have in them that they refuse to let go. We're sitting in these seats listening to these laws, commandments, and statutes, but we're not cleaning our inside. We're not cleaning and letting go of the negative foolishness that we have inside, and that is what is hindering us from getting close to God. That is what's hindering us from elevating in righteousness. Uncompromising meaning you're determined not to change one's opinion. You ain't compromising. You ain't trying to compromise it because you want to hold on to your own thoughts and your own ways and what you think and what you say, okay? It don't have to be right. Your opinion don't have to be right. What you said don't have to be right because you don't have no concrete evidence about what you thinking and your opinions. You don't have no concrete evidence. Everything you saying is formulated in your mind with no proof. Now, maybe God done put that in your mind. Maybe God put those opinions in your head. You know why? To see what you're going to do with it. Are these opinions and thoughts that's in your mind is going to cause you to depart from God? It's a test to prove your faithfulness before God. It don't have to be right. This is why we don't go by intuition. Because all intuition is a feeling. And God made statements. He made statements. He never said anything about feelings and emotions. None of that. He made statements. Decrees. Tom sheet.
And pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for thine inheritance. Verse 10.
Verse 10. Read.
And he said, behold, I make a covenant. Before all thy people, I will do marvelous, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation. And all the people amongst which thou art shall see the work of the Lord. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe thou that which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorite and the
Amorites,
Canaanite, the Hittite and the Perizzite, and the Hivite and the Jebusite. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land.
Take heed to yourself, lest you make a covenant, an agreement with the inhabitants of the land. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee.
Read.
But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves.
Destroy their altars, break their images, and destroy their groves. The word for images is matzebah, right? You know what a matzebah is? A matzebah is a monument, a tombstone. This is why when we buried our father, we didn't put a tombstone at the head of his grave. He had a marking, but no tombstones. Also means personal memorial. Personal memorial is something designed to preserve the memory of a person as a monument or a holiday. As a monument or a holiday. So if I have my father's robe, that's not a matzebah.
No.
Okay? If I cut a piece of his lock, no, because I have a piece of his lock in my own. That's not a matzebah. All right? Because it's not a monument. All right? All right? Used for a monument or a holiday. Okay? Like, you know what's matzebahs? Give you an example. These people celebrates the birthday of Abraham Lincoln or whatever that took place. George Washington, Columbus Day. All these people had certain specific days that work is off. Okay? A written statement, memorial, a service dedicated to one who died. Okay? You know what's a written memorial? When someone dies, you have a pamphlet that they give out, or obituary, in loving memory of so-and-so, and they give you a written statement about the person. That's against the law. That's called an obituary. We are not supposed to have obituaries in our houses because that is called a matzebah. A matzebah is a monument, tombstones, or a personal memorial. Okay? Time sheet. Monuments are statues. Monuments are statues. Okay? We cannot have statues of animals, of male and females in your houses. Go ahead, read.
Verse 14.
Verse 14.
But thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God.
Wait, go ahead, read that.
But thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a-whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods. And one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice.
Okay, go back. Go back to 14, verse 14.
Verse 14.
I'm in Exodus chapter 34, verse 14.
But thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous.
But thou shalt worship no other God. He said, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Right? Now, you know that word or that definition called jealous. Right? Jealous, kwana. You know what jealous means? It means God is intolerant of unfaithfulness. The Most High demands from those whom he loved and redeemed out of Egypt utter and absolute loyalty, and will vindicate his claim by stern actions against them. All right? If they betray God by going against his laws, it shows unfaithfulness to God. Now, why God deals with us this way is because of the things that God did for us. How he delivered us from bondage out of the land of Egypt. The things that God did to us and protected us and provided for us from the time we left Egypt until now, at this present time, when we're at the grounds of Mount Sinai. Tamshi.
Verse 15.
Read.
Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land.
What verse you at?
Verse 15. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land. Lest thou make a covenant
with the inhabitants of the land.
And they go a-whoring after their gods.
And they go a-whoring and they go astray. After what? Their gods.
After their gods. And do sacrifices.
They do sacrifices unto their gods.
And one call thee, and thou eat of the sacrifice.
He said, one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Verse 16. And thou take up their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a-whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a-whoring after their gods.
God was against that, and he still is. We want to marry a woman or deal with women that want nothing to do with your God. Okay? Oh, before I read the scripture, what am I saying before I read the scripture? Tamshi means to continue. All right. It means to continue. That or tosif. It means to continue. That's Hebrew. What was I saying? Yes. We cannot marry women that don't want nothing to do with your God. And the woman cannot deal with men that don't want to do with your God. Okay? Now, sometimes we, because of past trauma, because of our past experience of dealing with men, or our past trauma of dealing with these women, you got to be circumspect and be careful.
Very, very.
Because not because a person calls himself an Israelite means he has good intentions.
Okay.
Not because this man calls himself an Israelite means he has good intentions. Because by this man not having good intentions, now you done scarred this woman's mind. You done scarred her. Now what happened now? She's bitter against all Israelites. I don't want to deal with no Israelite. I done had bad experience from dealing with you guys. I'm going to deal with a heathen. And then you know what? You can't. I blame you, but I don't blame you. Because you keep running into these godless, seeking men. And don't think you going to get off, woman. You got some of you guys that need to be hanged too. Yeah, just like the men.
Okay.
Why? Because we don't put God first.
That's right.
We want to put our emotions and our ways, and now we want to put everything else before God instead of putting God first. Where we at?
Verse 17. Thou shalt make thee no molten
Thou
gods.
shalt make thee no molten gods. Okay? In the Hebrew, it states, and it says, where we at? Okay, I see it. Maseka. Maseka lota seleka. A maseka is a mask. Okay? Maseka in the Hebrew means a mask. This is why Israel not supposed to be wearing masks. Okay? We don't wear masks. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Verse 18.
Verse 18.
The feast of unleavened bread.
The feast of unleavened bread thou shalt keep. Okay. How do you make the bread leavened if we did not have baking soda or yeast? How do we make this bread leavened if we don't have baking soda or yeast? Now, you can agree to disagree, but I'm going to use the book to substantiate what I say all the time. This is what I always do, and this is what I was raised to do. Use the books to substantiate what you're saying. And if you can't use the book to substantiate what you're saying, then leave it alone. I didn't read nowhere in the book where it takes 15 minutes for leavening to start forming.
No.
I didn't read that in the book. No. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. Only reiterate and tell me things that I can find in the book so that I can so you can make me a believer. Please make me a believer by using the book. Well, this is my son. I don't want to hear it. So this is my proof. How do you make the bread leaven? In Hosea chapter 7, verse 4, it states, it says, they are all adulterers, as an oven heated by the baker, who ceased from raising after he had kneaded the dough until it be leavened. That's plain and simple. But you know, when I read this verse, they don't understand it. And they come up with a different explanation of what it's saying when the explanation, see, we don't comprehend. Our comprehension skills are very low. They read it and they see something else different from what they read. It says you need it until it be leavened. Until it's leavened. That's so what causes the dough, the leavening process in the dough? Kneading. When you knead the dough. And this is why when we eat matzos, those crackers, because it's not bread. Matzos that you buy from the Jews is not bread. That's not bread. Are you going to look me in my face and tell me that's bread? I can show you bread. That's not bread, that's crackers. Yeah. That's not even a book. What the book said? Lechem what? Oni. Means bread of affliction. That's not affliction. No. I eat that during the week. I go good with P&J. Even go good with a little margarine over it. With some cheese. Hey, listen here. I like to eat that with my food. I don't even need a spoon. I take 2 sheets of matzos, break it, boom, 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 in long sheets, and I use a sheet when I eat my food with that because it goes good with my food.
Add some jelly, bro.
That's crackers, man. That's not bread. Okay? That's not bread. That's crackers. So we need to really think about what we're doing, man. Tom Sheep.
The feast of unleavened
bread shalt thou keep.
7 days thou
shalt eat unleavened bread.
As I commanded thee in
the time
of the month Abib. For in the month Abib thou camest forth from Egypt. All that openeth the matrix is mine. Every firstling amongst thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou redeem him not, then thou shalt break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons thou shalt redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days shalt thou work. 6 days shalt thou work. But on the 7th day thou shalt rest.
There's no explanation. I said there's no explanation. This is the laws and the commandments of God. And he gave us 6 days to do our work. He said, but on the 7th day, give that day to me. Give that day to God. We got to stop putting our ways and our thing above the laws of God. Because there's a thing called the pit. Okay? There's a thing that I read about in the book that's called the pit. And if we continue to sway away from the laws and the commandments of God, that's where you're going. That's where you're going, man. Let's read it.
In earing time and in harvest thou shalt rest. And thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest.
Where we at?
22.
Tom sheet.
And thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. Verse 23. Thrice in the year shall all your men, children, appear before the Lord God, the God of Israel. But I will cast out
3 times in the year. We have to appear before God. Okay, these are 3 appointed times. But God kicked us out. God kicked us out. There is no appearing. We can't appear to God in Jerusalem. Okay? God didn't bring us back there. So what am I doing there? God kicked you out. What am I doing there? I'm not going back there. I'm going to remain out until God brings me back. Until he took me out of there. Why? Because of my forefathers. They didn't want to adhere to the commands of God. So he kicked the seed out. We've been kicked out and dispersed and spread all over the place. And we still, listen, we are worse than our forefathers. We're worse than the people that we read about here in this book. We're worse. You can keep sitting there and thinking that you're not. We are worse. Go ahead, read.
Verse 24, for I will cast out the nations before thee and enlarge thy borders. Neither shall any man desire thy land when thou shalt go up to appear before the Lord thy God thrice in the year. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven. Neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of Passover be left until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring unto the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not cease a kid in his mother's milk. Verse 27, and the Lord said unto Moses, write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words, I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel.
He said, thou shalt not cease or boil a kid in his milk, in his mother's milk. Okay? Because they used to use that milk for fertility. Okay? And it's cruel. It's cruel. How you going to boil a kid in the same milk of his mother? God said don't do that. He shows us and reveals to us how to have a heart. The things that we do that shows us of how we should be to have a heart. Okay? Tamshi.
And the Lord said unto Moses, write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words, I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water, and he wrote upon the tables the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tables of testimony in Moses' hand, but when he came down from the mount, that Moses wist not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him.
Okay, let's stop this. Let's stop this. We're going to go into the Psalms. We're going to go into Psalms 119. Psalms chapter 119. We're going to learn about the ways of King David. The ways of King David, he had ways in him. King David had ways in him that drew God's attention towards him. Naturally, natural ways. His ways was, he had so much of a godly way, of godly ways in him that when he violated the commandment of God, God said Nathan the prophet to erase it. He said, thou shalt not die. Wait a minute. Nathan the prophet told King David that he shall not die. But isn't King David dead? Something to think about, man. Because this is something to think about. And why I say it's something to think about, because we live this fantasy life. Like when we die, that's it. Huh? When we die, that's it. You could keep thinking that. Then why did God send Nathan the prophet to tell King David that he said, thou shalt not die? But King David died. Let's read Psalms 119.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord.
Okay, hold up right there. Hold that right there. Blessed are the undefiled. What?
In the way.
In the way. In what way? In God's way.
Yeah.
In the ways of God. Blessed are the undefiled that lives in the ways of God. Okay? So what do you mean by blessed? What does it mean by, what do you mean by blessed? It means to speak gratefully of. Anything you bless, you speak good about. So now we have to be very careful about how and what we speak good about that God disagrees with. Because I don't want to speak good about things that God hates. I don't want to speak good about things that God despises. Yeah. So I have to watch what I speak good about. It also means to, okay? He said, blessed are the undefiled. Who are the undefiled? What is the undefiled? Who is the undefiled? The word undefiled is temime, right? Temime. Temime means the innocent, complete, faultless, whole. What is whole? Whole means a person in his full nature, which includes, when a person is whole and complete and faultless, it includes certain characteristics, ways of thinking, how you think, feelings, and actions. The way things that I conjure up in my mind, feelings that are stirred up within me, which is caused by my thinking pattern, my intuition. Because of my thinking pattern, now certain feelings begin to stir up, and that ain't right. And actions. Okay? Go ahead, read. Where we at? It said, he blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the laws of God. Who? Okay? Go ahead. Now, blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the what?
The whole heart.
With the whole heart. With all his heart. Tom She. Verse 3.
They also do no iniquity. They walk in his ways.
Mm-hmm.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. Then shall I...
Okay, now, what is iniquity? Right? We're going to learn what is iniquity. All right? The word for iniquity, right? He said they also do no iniquity. Who don't do no iniquity? The ones that are blessed. The ones that are blessed, right? He said, blessed are the undefiled in the way who walks in the laws of God. He said, they also do no iniquity. The word for iniquity is awela. Awela means injustice and wrong. What is injustice? Injustice means violation of the rights of others, not unfairness, an unjust act. So when I violate your rights, God shows us my rights and gave us my rights, shows us what our rights are, and we violate those rights. Why? Because we're being partial. Okay? Unfairness means partiality. Partiality means to favor one more than the other. It don't say nothing about family, brothers, sisters, cousins. It ain't mention none of that. Which means when we're dealing with the laws of God, family is out the window. The only thing I see and I realize is what is right and what is wrong. Evil and righteousness. That's it. Okay? So now what is wrong? Not correct or true. What is correct? Free from error, in accordance with facts or truth, conforming to an approved standards, conforming to and agreeing with facts. Okay? So when you are walking in the ways of God, right, you follow a certain course or procedure that is set up by our forefathers. I said we follow a certain course or procedure that is set up by God, which allows our forefathers to set themselves up and follow according to the course and the procedure that God has set up. Okay? The Most High was strictly against following and doing anything like the other nations. We didn't do nothing like these people because we are not them. We're not the same. Tom She.
Verse 4. Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy
He
statutes.
said, oh, that my ways was directed to keep what?
Thy
Thy
statutes.
statutes. Go ahead.
Then shall I not be ashamed
Then shall I not be ashamed.
when I have respect unto all.
Ashamed. Right? Embarrassed. Or feelings. Guilt. Or feeling guilt because of one's actions. Are we truly ashamed of our actions? Or do we feel guilt of the things that we have done that is contrary from what God says? Do we feel those things? Which is going to trigger corrections? Which is going to trigger to improve before God? Because that's the only way we can improve before God. I have to be guilty. I have to feel some type of guilt of the things that I've done. Yeah. This is why my father says, man, you know what kept me going in this way of life? He said, I always kept a guilty conscience. I never pushed my chest out like I'm right with God. I was always wrong. I never forgot my past. I said, I never forgot my past and the things that I've done in my past. That's what caused me to always look upon myself. Isn't that what King David did? King David, after what he did, he didn't never forget that. He didn't never forget those things. That's why he was always pleading with God. He was always pleading with God, pleading and pleading and pleading with God for mercy. Tamshi.
Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy
Then
commandments.
shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto what?
Unto all thy commandments.
Mm-hmm. Psalms 119, verse 6. Respect. Right? The word respect is behab biti. Behab biti. Right? It means to regard. It means to consider. It means to look. So we're going to go into these definitions. It means, right, to direct one's attention to be mindful of. Okay? So I'm always got to be attentive to the laws and the commandments of God. I always got to be mindful of the laws and the commandments of God. And if I'm mindful of the laws and the commandments of God, then that's what's going to refrain me and I will hold myself back from doing certain things because I'm mindful of offending God. I'm mindful of offending God. You don't want to offend God. All right? To regard, a feeling of respect and affection of. Affection is what? Tender attachment. Okay? Tamshi.
Verse 7. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart.
I will praise thee with an upright heart. What is an upright heart? An upright heart is just. It's just. An upright heart is conscientious. Okay? An upright heart is scrupulous. Okay? Scrupulous means what? Scrupulous means what? Very concerned to avoid doing wrong against God. I am aware of my actions so that I don't offend my God. I am aware of the things that I do so that I don't offend God. I am aware of my thoughts so that I don't offend God. Conscientious means what? A feeling of obligations. A feeling of obligations to make right that which was done wrong. To make right that which was done wrong. So if I have done any wrong, I have developed these feelings to repair. I'm going to come to you and I want to make right. I want to confess my fault and I want to apologize for what I want to do and I want to repair that.
That's what guilt.
Okay, that's what guilt does. Right? Now, just. Right? Just is what? conforming or agreeing to a standard of what is correct. Though that's a just person. Those are just men. In order to be just before God, I gotta agree with the standards of God. And if I don't agree with God, then you're not just. That's not just. That's not being just. Come, Tamshi, read.
Verse 7, I will praise thee with uprightness of heart.
Uh-huh.
When I shall have learned thy righteous judgments.
Tamshi.
I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly.
I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly. Don't forsake me. Don't abandon me 100%, oh God. And these are the things that we need to ask and beg God for. Please don't abandon me and forsake me 100%. I know thou hast forsaken me for my past iniquities and iniquities that have been committed in my present time. But don't forsake me all the way, oh Lord. That's why when we read in Genesis 6, the Most High said in the Hebrew, you're not going to see it in the English, but in the Hebrew translation, it states that the Most High will not strive with man in his error because he is but flesh. You hear that, man? God said, I realize and I understand that these people is going to sin and they're going to transgress because they're only flesh. They're only flesh. So I'm not going to strive with them for everything. That's the mercy of God, man. That's the mercy of God. He said, I will keep thy statutes and forsake me not utterly. Psalms 119, verse 9. Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways? Uh-oh. Huh? Now, he said, how? When it said, wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways, it also means how. How can you clean your ways before God? Right? In the Hebrew, the word for cleanse is yidacheh. Zayin, kaf, he. Right? That word means to attain. How or wherewithal shall a young man attain or gain his ways or gain the ways of God? Okay? How can I attain the ways of God? How can I gain the ways of God? By what? By taking heed thereto according to thy word. By taking heed to every word that we read here in the book. Then and only then you will begin to attain the ways of God. Okay? He said, with my whole heart have I sought thee. The word for sought, right, is deep. That word for sought is deep. When I looked it up in the Hebrew, it says darash. It means to seek, right? With my whole heart have I seek thee. With my whole heart have I resort to thee. Okay? So now what does resort means? Resort means the action of turning to, and adopting a course of action, especially a disagreeable or undesirable one. Because when you begin to turn your ways around, you're not going to like it. You're not going to accept it because you're not accustomed to these ways. You wasn't raised in living in these laws. Right. But now I have to learn, I have to turn myself towards these godly ways by adopting a course of action, especially to these ways that you disagree with. Mm-hmm. You disagree with these ways. And you're learning about the ways of God. Yeah. But you have to rule your spirit and train yourself to live one way. Oh, yeah. Adopting meaning what? Accepting something foreign to one's nature. Mm-hmm. Huh? Accepting something foreign to one nature. These ways that we read about is foreign to you. Yeah. But you got to adapt yourself to these laws. You got to adapt yourself to these ways. You got to rule your spirit. Rule your spirit, man. Tom C.
Verse 9.
Verse 10.
Yeah. With my whole heart have I sought thee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments.
Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments. The word for wander is tashgeni. Huh? Tashgeni means what? To stray or to err. To err means what? To violate an accepted standard. Okay? Oh, let me not stray away from what? From thy commandments, from your laws. Don't allow, he said, don't allow me to violate your accepted standards. Okay? God, read.
Verse 11. Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin against thee.
Say it again.
Thy word have I hidden in my heart, that I might not sin against thee.
Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that what? That I may not sin against thee.
Uh-oh.
Which means I ain't going to forget. For me to forget is wickedness. For me to forget is to die. So therefore, the laws of God is embedded in my mind so that I don't forget and stray away from your laws, oh God. Tom C.
Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes.
Teach me thy statutes.
With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies,
Mm-hmm.
as much as in all riches.
Uh-huh.
I will meditate in thy precepts.
I will meditate in thy precepts. The word for meditate is asika, right? It means to discuss. It means to talk. I will discuss. I will talk of your precepts, O Lord. Tamshi.
And have respect unto thy ways.
Uh-huh.
I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word. Deal bountifully with thy servant.
Deal bountifully with thy servant. Right? Deal bountifully with thy servant that I may live and keep thy words. Deal with me, O Lord, so that by you dealing with me, I will learn your ways so that I don't sway off and stray away from your laws, commandments, and statutes. Tom C.
Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law. I am a stranger in the earth.
He said, open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law. Because if God don't open your eyes, you ain't going to see it. God got to be able to open your eyes and show you the clearness so that these things, when we read this book, that God open your eyes and give you a sense of understanding and comprehension so that you can understand his ways, learn his ways. Tom C.
I am a stranger in the earth.
Uh-huh.
Hide not thy commandments from me.
He said, I'm a stranger in the earth. Hide not thy commandments from me. Psalms 119, verse 20.
My soul breaketh for the longing.
Oh my goodness. He said, my soul breaketh for the longing, for my desire that it had not, that it had unto thy judgments at all times. You know what that means? When he said, my soul breaketh, he broke his spirit. I have broken my spirit. And this is the things that we are not doing. We are not breaking our spirit to succumb to the ways of God. We ain't breaking ourselves. We want to remain the same way and want God to accept us. And it ain't going to happen that way. You got to break your spirit from those stubborn, atrocious ways that you're afraid that you don't even want to let go of. You got to break your spirit to break your spirit to begin to serve this God. Break your spirit to accept the ways of God. Break your spirit so that you can begin to learn the ways of God. That's what it means, man. That's what it means. He said, my soul break it. Psalms 119, verse 20. My soul break it. In the Hebrew, it says, my spirit is broken, or a broken spirit. You mean to tell me King David had to break his spirit for him to, in order to accept the ways of God, his laws, his commandments? So everything you come in contact with, you're not going to agree with, people. Everything you come in contact with, you're not going to accept, people. but you got to break your spirit and make yourself agree with it. Oh, I don't want my man with 2 wives. Break your spirit and allow yourself to accept it.
Right.
Man and woman, not just the woman. We got to break ourselves to start to begin to accept these laws, commandments, and statutes. And if King David had to break his spirit, you got to break yours.
All right.
Because we worse off than King David. Tom Sheep.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed. The word for proud in the Hebrew is zedim. Zayin, Dalet, Yod, Mem, Sophie. You know what that means? Presumptuous. Thou hast rebuked the presumptuous. Okay? What does presumptuous mean? What does it mean to be presumptuous? Presumptuous means when you are overstepping your boundaries. There are boundaries that we should not be crossing. There are lines that we should not be crossing concerning the laws of God. But we cross those lines and take chances with our lives. And when we cross those lines, at the end, it's death. At the end, it's a car crash. At the end, it's violence. At the end, it's a stabbing waiting for you. Then you ask God why. Then you start crying. Then I start doing this. But you cross that line. You cross that boundary that God set. But the thing is, God set that line. You didn't set the line for yourself. I said, God set the line and the boundary. But you got to set that line for yourself, not to cross. Because guess what? If you don't set that line, you're going to cross it. And say, you don't care about what God said. You don't give a hoops about what God said. I'm going to cross that line and I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to take a chance. We take chances with our lives. Daredevils, the brother said. You take freedom in violation of the commandments of God willfully. I said we take freedom in violation of the commandments of God willfully. That's presumptuous, man. Go ahead and read.
Verse 22.
Tom Sheep.
Remove from me reproach and contempt.
Wait a minute. These are 2 things that every man and woman should be asking God to remove from them. These 2 things are called reproach and contempt. Okay? These 2 things gets in the way of you serving God. These 2 things will put you at a distance from God. The first one is reproach. What does reproach mean? Kirpa. Reproach. To express disappointment or displeasure in. To express disappointment or displeasure in. Your disappointment and displeasure in what? Your disappointment and displeasure in serving God. Your disappointment and displeasure in God's laws. Your disappointment and your displeasure in the ways of God. Why? Because it doesn't suit your spirit. You don't agree with it. So you start to express the things that you don't like. You start to express the things that you ain't feeling. You can't live this way. Or I can't rock this way. And you think God's going to accept you this way? I said, you think God's going to accept you this way? It's God's way or no way. I said, it's God's way or no way. Either you bend according to the will of God or be destroyed. Right. That's it. That's it. Either you bend to the will of God or God will destroy you. That's it. Your choice. Your choice. Your choice. Disappoint means to fail to fulfill the hopes or expectation of. Yes, because God got expectations in us. And he expects us to live according to these laws, commandments, and statutes. But we chose differently. Displeasure is a feeling of disapproval. Feelings that stirs up of disagreeing. Okay? To contempt now. What is contempt? Contempt is a feeling that a person is not worthy or considered. Okay? Tamshi, verse 23, right?
Verse 23.
Tamshi.
Princes also did sit and speak against me, but thy servant did meditate in thy statutes. Thy testimonies also are my delight and my counselors. My soul cleaveth unto the dust. Quicken thou me according to thy word.
My soul cleaveth unto the dust. And we read about this all through the book. But Israelites refused to believe it. King David said, my soul cleaveth unto the dust. Psalms 119, verse 25. He said, quicken thou me according to your word. When you look up the word for quicken, you know what that means? Kayeni. All Hebrew scholars that are watching. Kayeni. What does Kayeni mean? It means to revive. It means to revive. You can't revive something that's alive. You got to be dead to revive, to be revived again. Okay? Kayeni means to come to life, which means what? King David gonna live again. Abraham and Isaac and all these righteous men that was gun ho for the laws and the commandments of God. Yeah, they gonna live again. God will revive those godly men and pious men that chose his ways above their own ways. Let's read it.
I have declared my ways, and thou heardest me. Teach me thy statutes.
He said, I declared my ways. I told you and spoke to you how I am. He said, but I don't like how I am. So I need you to teach me your ways so that I can change. That's what he's saying, man. That's what he's saying. He said, man, oh Lord, I came here and I showed you my ways and how I am. And you heard me. He said, teach me thy statutes. Tamshi.
Verse 27. Make me to understand the way of thy precepts. So shall I talk of thy wondrous works. My soul melted for heaviness. Strengthen thou me according unto thy word. Remove from me the way of lying. And grant thee.
Remove from me the ways of lying. He said, remove from me the ways of lying. This is something that we need to be asking God every day. Oh, Lord God, remove lying from me. But we lie because I don't want to hurt you. We consider your feelings, but we don't consider the feelings of God. You know what? I've got to start considering how God feels when I lie, instead of considering how you feel when if I tell you the truth. I said, well, you want to know the truth? If I will tell you the truth, I don't want to lie. So therefore, I'm not telling you. So don't ask me again. How about that? I don't want you to know. And you don't need to know that. You're asking questions that doesn't concern you. I don't want to reveal that information.
The proper way.
I apologize. Take it the way you want to take it. Tamshi.
And grant me thy law graciously. Verse 30. I have chosen
the ways of truth.
Thy judgments have I laid before me. I have stuck unto thy testimonies. O Lord, put me not to shame. I will run the way of thy commandments when thou shalt enlarge my heart. Verse 33. Teach me, O Lord, the way of thy statutes.
Go to verse 57. Psalms 119, verse 57.
Thou art my portion, O Lord.
Thou art my portion. A portion, a person's destiny. You're my destiny. You're my course in life. Course in life or end.
That's his goal.
That's my goal. Read.
I have said, that I would keep thy words.
He said, I have said that I would keep what?
Thy words.
Thy words. Go ahead,
I
read.
entreated thy favor with my whole heart. Be merciful unto me according to thy word. I thought on my ways and turned my feet unto thy testimonies.
Look, he said, a course in life, right? Or an end. I wanted to hold that part where you at, right? It says, why does one day excel another? Huh? Why does one day pass another, excels another? Huh? When as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun. Huh? By the knowledge of the Lord, they were distinguished. By the knowledge of God, it was distinguished. And he altered seasons and feasts. I'm in Ecclesiasticus chapter 33, verse 9. Right? Some of them had he made high days and hallowed them. And some of them had he made ordinary days, like the Shabbat. God has separated the seventh day from the sixth day, and he made it, and it's a high and hollow day, okay, before God. And all men are from the ground, and Adam was created of earth. In much knowledge, the Lord had divided them and made their ways diverse. Whose ways? Man's ways. Everybody's not the same.
That's right.
So you can't look at everybody the same. You just keep running into rotten apples. You have a bad choice in women. Sometimes when I say people say, you got a bad choice in women, sir. Another woman coming in and said, man, you got a bad choice in men, woman. Your choices is messed up. You're choosing wrong. You just haven't met the right man or the right woman that will do you right according to the laws of God.
Right.
Don't denounce everybody. Don't put everybody in the basket. Huh? I said God has diversed every man's ways, which means every man is different. Every woman is different. You cannot put every woman in the same basket. Can't. I'm done with woman. I'm saying to myself, sometimes you need to stay to yourself to heal from trauma and past trauma, because I don't want to put my past hurt on you, and I don't want to hurt you. But you're a good woman, or no, oh, you're a good man, but I need to heal first. Because when you open up, and you truly open up, and you meet a sword in that opening, it's hard. It's hard. It makes it hard for the person to open up again. Because I'm fearing to be stabbed. I'm fearing to be hurt, because that's a hurtful thing. It's a hurtful thing. Go ahead. Hold up. Stay where you at. It said, and all men are from the ground, and Adam was created of the earth. In much knowledge, the Lord had divided them and made their ways diverse. Right? Some of them had he blessed and exalted. Some of them had he sanctified and set near himself. But some of them had he cursed and brought low and turned out of their places. Can we understand that? Everybody's destination is not the same. This guy here, he's exalted, and his destiny is to serve God. This guy's destiny is not to serve God. God cursed his destiny. So his destiny is to sin and do things contrary. Everybody's destiny is different in life. Every woman's destiny is different in life. He said, as the clay is in the potter's hand, to fashion it at his pleasure, so man is in the hand of him that made him to render to them as like it him best. Means whatever you do is coming back. It's coming back. Good is set against evil. Life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, and the sinner against the godly. So look upon all the works of the Most High, and there are two and two, one against another. I'll wake up last I await up last of all, as one that gathereth after the great gatherers. By the blessing of the Lord I profited, and filled my winepress like a gatherer of grapes. Which means we still consider. Even the gleaners that came in the field to glean, they didn't glean. They still left some for someone to come get. That's righteousness. Which means you got a little bit, then take a little bit. Leave some for somebody else to wet their throat. Don't take everything. Godly, it's a godly mentality. There's a certain mentality that comes when you are serving this God. There's a certain mentality that you need to acquire when you are serving this God. Let's go back to Psalms 119.
Verse 58.
Psalms 119, verse 58.
I entreated thy favor with my whole heart. Be merciful unto me
I
according to thy
entreated my
word.
favor with my whole heart. Be merciful unto me according to thy word. Go ahead, read.
I thought on my ways.
I thought of my ways. How many of us think upon our ways? But in order to think upon your ways, you have to acknowledge and realize that you got dirty ways. Which means, no, you're not a good man. No, you're not a good woman, because I have dirty and filthy ways. You're not righteous. You ain't righteous. So it's either or. It's either you're righteous or you're wicked. It's either you're righteous or you're wicked. Come see.
And turned my feet unto thy testimony.
60.
I made haste and delayed not to keep thy commandments. The bands of the wicked have robbed me, but I have not forgotten thy law.
I have not forgotten thy law.
At midnight I will rise to give thanks unto thee.
At midnight I will rise to give thanks unto thee because of thy righteous judgment. Which means he was laying down, sleeping. And at midnight, he'll get up to give praises to God. Go ahead.
I am a companion of all them that fear thee.
I am a companion to all them that fear thee. The word for companion is kabir. Kabir means associated, joined, knit, united, joined together for a common purpose, common feelings, which means he united with people with the same purpose as him, to serve God and keep his commandments. Go ahead.
64. The earth, O Lord, is full of thy mercy.
Full of thy mercy.
Teach me thy statutes.
Teach me thy statutes.
Thou hast dealt well with thy servant, O Lord, according unto thy word. Teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I have believed thy commandments. Before I was afflicted, I went astray.
Before I got afflicted, I went astray. Isn't that how it always goes? Yeah. You turn away from God first, and then God afflicts you. Okay, read.
But now I have kept thy word.
He said, but because of your affliction, that's what made me keep your word now. Huh? I don't want to go through that affliction again. You done put me through it. You done afflicted me and did me in. Go ahead, read.
Thou art good.
Say, thou art good. Thou art good and doest good. God is good. Yes, God is good. God is good. And everything that God does is good. Even when you think and say that it's evil and it shouldn't be done, the Creator have a reason why he does what he do.
Teach me thy statutes. The proud have
Teach me thy statutes.
The proud have forged a lie against me.
Okay, the proud, I'm in Psalms 119, verse 69. He said, the proud has forged a what?
A lie.
A lie against me. The word for forge is tafal, tet, pe, lamed. It means to smear or attach. Okay? So the proud has smeared a lie against me. All right? To smear means to damage the reputation of someone by false accusations. So now, the proud is voicing things against the person to damage their reputation. Those are the ways of proud men. Those are the ways of people that had pride in them. Okay? Tamshi.
But I will keep thy precepts with my whole heart.
Mm-hmm.
Their heart is as fat as grease.
Their heart is as fat as grease. The word for fat is tapash. Tet pe shin. It means dull, lacking interest. Lacking interest in God. But
I delight in thy law. It is good for me that I have been afflicted, that I might learn thy statutes.
He said, it's good that God afflicts me. He said, because in the affliction of God, I might learn your laws and your statutes and your commandments. See, this is what we need to understand. When God afflicts us and chastises us, it's for us to correct ourselves and be better with God. It's for us to acknowledge and come to terms with ourselves and acknowledge that these things that happen in our lives don't happen for no reason. It's a reason why this went down in your life. It's a reason why this has happened in your life. We call this to our own self. Go ahead.
The law of thy mouth is better unto me than thousands of gold and silver.
Mm-hmm.
Thy hands have made me and fashioned me.
Thy hands have made me and fashioned me.
Give me understanding.
Now, thy hands have made me and fashioned me. Right? YIOUR. Nuni. Nuni. The root word for that is ka shubuts nun. It means to be firm, to be stable, to establish. He said, your hands has established me. All right? Make me firm, stable. Firm meaning what? Unyielding. Unyielding. Unlikely to change. Resilient means able to recover and withstand quickly from difficult conditions God puts you through. That's resilience and endurance. So God put you through certain difficult situations, and you're able to recover and withstand quickly. Why? Because you acknowledge your fault and you're determined to do better before God. So you recover through the difficult situations that God put you through. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 58. Got it? Isaiah 38, I'm sorry. Isaiah chapter 38.
Isaiah chapter 38. In those days was Hezekiah sick unto death. And Isaiah, the prophet,
said in those days, Hezekiah was sick unto death. He was sick. Right? And Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos, came unto him and said unto him, look what the prophet tells him now. Right? Thus saith the Lord,
set thine house in order.
Command your household. Start. And when you command your household, you give charges. You give orders.
Right.
The man is the head of the household.
Right.
And if the man can't command or give charges according to what the household's supposed to hearken, then I'm not a man then. A man should be able to give charges to his house and say, listen, family, wife, children, we ain't doing this no more. We ain't walking this way no more. We not messing with this no more. Why? Because God says so. Then you show the person, show them in the book where boom, boom, and then I didn't heard this before. Well, you didn't tell me this before.
I'm telling you now.
I'm telling you now. And why I didn't tell you this before is because you wasn't ready for it. You wasn't ready for it. I'm not going to pour everything on you because God didn't pour everything on us. God gave us 10 commandments. And you know how long we lived within the realm or the means of the 10 commandments before we received other laws? Huh? Come on, man. Go ahead, Thomas. Where we at?
Bottom of verse 1. Thus saith the Lord, set thine house in order, but thou shalt die.
He said, thus saith the Lord, set your house in order, for thou shalt die and not live. Command your house. Okay? Your wife, your children cannot be living their own lives.
That's right.
In your house.
Right.
I cannot be serving God, going to teachers, binding myself by these laws, commandments, and statutes, and my wife and my children doing opposite. No. Why? Because God is going to charge the head of the household. That also is in the book. God charged the head of the house for what the people do in the house. Okay, Tom sheet, verse 2.
Talk about
Then
Isaiah chapter 38, verse 2. Tom sheet.
Then Hezekiah turned his face toward the wall.
Hezekiah turned his face towards the wall.
And
He was too sick to even get up and bend the knee or prostrate. He was so sick. He said, man, let me turn my face towards the wall.
And prayed unto
And
the
prayed
Lord.
unto God.
And said,
What he said?
Remember now, O Lord,
Remember now, O
I
Lord,
beseech thee,
I beseech thee,
how I have walked before
how I have walked before thee
thee in truth
and
with a perfect heart,
with a perfect heart,
and have done that which is good in thy sight.
and have done that which is good in thy sight.
And Hezekiah wept sore.
Okay, a perfect heart. The word for perfect is shalem, right? Shalem means complete. You know what complete means? Complete, when you're complete before God, all barriers. I said all barriers are covered. All bases is covered. No opening for anything against God to enter. Okay? No time for second thoughts or guessing. Okay? So now, this is why things happen. Because all barriers is not closed. We are not, all barriers are not closed. There's an opening somewhere. And the person that left that opening is you.
Okay.
You left that opening. While this was allowed to happen in my life, while this was allowed to happen in your life, you done left the opening. You didn't cover all bases. All right? Tom sheet.
Then came the word of the Lord to Isaiah, saying, Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus saith the Lord, the God of David thy father, I have heard thy prayer.
He said, I heard your prayer.
I have seen thy tears.
I have seen your tears.
Behold.
Which means what? In order for God to hear his prayer, he had to be accepted. He had to be accepted. God had to accept him. So therefore he accepted his prayer and hearkened to it, heard his prayer. Go ahead, read.
I will add unto thy days 15 years.
15 years. 15 extra years God added to his days. Read.
And I will deliver thee in this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And I will defend this city. And this shall be a sign unto thee from the Lord, and the Lord will do this thing that he hath spoken. Behold, I will bring again the shadow of the degrees, which is gone down in the sundial of Ahaz, 10 degrees
10 degrees backwards.
So the sun returned 10 degrees, by which degrees it was going down.
So God returned and turned that dial all the way back 10 degrees, so that by the time when that dial comes back up 10 degrees, he's dying at the same time.
Yeah.
He turned it back though. Just brought it back.
The writing of Hezekiah,
king of Judah,
when he had been sick,
and
was recovered of his sickness.
The word for recover, the word for recover. I'll find it later. Go ahead, read. Tom sheet.
I said, in the cutting off of my days, I shall go to the gates of the grave. I am deprived of the residue of my years. I said, I shall not see the Lord, even the Lord in the land of the living. I shall behold.
Okay, hold that right there. Okay, go back to verse 9. Isaiah chapter 38, verse 9.
Verse 9. The writing of Hezekiah, king of Judah, when he had been sick.
When he had been sick.
And was recovered of his sickness.
And was recovered of his sickness. The Hebrew word, it means chaya. And he has lived. He has lived of his sickness, right? Go ahead, read.
I said, in the cutting off of my days, I shall go to the gates of the grave.
He said, I said in the cutting off of my days, he said, man, I'm going to die. I'm going to the gates of the grave. I'm going to die, man. He said, I am what?
I am deprived.
I am deprived
of the residue
of my years. The word for deprived, paquad, means punished. I am punished for the remainder of my life. He said, God is punishing me for the rest of my life. But people look at things like this. People look at things like this and say, oh, he's evil. Oh, he's evil. He shouldn't be. Look what God put him through. Come on, man. My father was punished at the end of his days. That don't mean he was evil. Because he had the determination, he had a certain type of determination to serve God that I ain't seen from nobody yet. Isaiah chapter 38, verse 10. See, that's the reason why the Hebrew is very important. Because the Hebrew will reveal to you and it brings you clearer to the meaning of what the verse is saying. I'm gonna go over this. Read that verse again.
I said in the cutting off of my days.
I said in the cutting off of my days.
I shall go
to the gates of the grave. Man, I'm gonna die. I'm close to death.
I am deprived.
I am deprived
of the
residue of my years. The word for deprived means punish. All right. Residue means remainder or what's left. So in the Hebrew it says, I am punished of the remainder of the residue of my years. What I got left, God is punishing me. He putting me through it. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
I said,
I
shall not see the Lord.
I shall not see the Lord.
Even the Lord in the land of the living.
Even the Lord in the land of the living.
I shall behold no man no more with the inhabitants of the world.
I ain't gonna see nobody no more because I'm dead. Go ahead, read.
Mine age is departed.
Mine age is departed
from me as a shepherd's tent.
I
have cut off like a weaver my life. He will cut me off with pining sickness.
He will cut me off with pining sickness. Pining sickness, man. Go ahead, read.
From day even to night wilt thou make an end of me. I reckon till morning that as a lion, so will he break all my bones. From day even to night wilt thou make an end.
Wait a minute. He said he will cut me off, right? Right? Quapad. It means to gather together. Right? Okay? Go ahead. Or to draw together. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Verse 13. I reckon till morning that as a lion, so will he break all my bones. From day even to night wilt thou make an end of me. Like a crane or a swallow, so did I chatter.
Like a crane or a swallow, so what?
So did I chatter.
Those was birds.
Yeah.
So did I chirp. Read.
I did mourn as a dove. Mine eyes failed with looking upward. O Lord, I am oppressed. Undertake for me.
Undertake from me. He said, oh Lord, I am depressed. He said, undertake from me. Okay? Now, when you undertake for someone, the Hebrew word for undertake is ayin resh beit, arab. Arab means to be surety of, or to be surety for me. Surety means what? A person who takes responsibility for another actions, for another's actions of an undertake. What is undertake? Undertake means committing yourself to. Okay? So when basically, just speak up for me. Speak up for me. Hold me down. He said, because by you speaking up for me, I'm not going to let you down. I done spoke up for you. Don't make me look bad. Okay? I spoke up for you. That's when a person takes surety of a person or surety for you. Listen, I'm vouching for him. Don't worry, he's not going to do this no more. I promise you, this ain't going to happen again. It's up to you to stand on that. Because I vouch for you. Go ahead.
What shall I say?
What shall I say?
He hath both spoken unto me, and himself hath done it. I shall go softly all my years in the bitterness of my soul.
Wait a minute. He said, I shall go softly all the years of the bitterness of my soul. So when your soul is bitter before God and you're in a type of a state of mind of repairing the breach, right? You're going to go humble. You're going to go softly, meaning you're going to go humble. You can't. I've seen people fast and pray with no humility, with no humbleness. They're fasting and praying and they got a raunchy spirit. That's not the way. That's not the way. It doesn't go hand in hand. It don't mix. It don't mix. So when you're humbling yourself before God, when you're fasting and praying before God, humility, humbleness goes with that. That's right. Tom C. Verse 16.
O Lord, by these things men live, and in all these things is the life of my spirit.
You know what that, hold up. You know what that is, man? The bitterness of my soul. Huh? That's inner pain. That's the bitterness of your soul is that inner pain. An emptiness resulting from prolonged, multi-layered suffering, which become distasteful. You know what multi-layered suffering is? This is a suffering that's happening not once. That's happening not twice. This is happening over and over and over. Huh? Tom Sheep.
O Lord, by these things men live, and in all these things is the life of my spirit. So wilt thou recover me and make me to live. Behold, for peace I had great bitterness.
What verse you at?
17.
Okay. Behold, for peace
I had great bitterness.
I had great bitterness.
But thou hast in love to my
But
soul.
thou hast in love to my soul
Delivered it
from the pit of corruption. Look. Go ahead.
For thou hast cast all my sins behind thy back. For the grave cannot praise thee.
The grave cannot give thee thanks.
Death cannot celebrate
Death
thee.
cannot celebrate you.
They that go down into the
They
pit
that go down to the pit
cannot hope
for truth.
The living, he shall praise thee, as I do this day. The father to the children shall make known thy truth. The Lord was ready to save me. Therefore we will sing my songs to the stringed instruments all the days of our life in the house of the Lord. For Isaiah has said, let them take a lump of figs and lay it for plaster upon the boil, and he shall recover. Hezekiah has also said, what is the sign that I shall go up to the house of the Lord?
And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.
Before the next speaker, Teacher D, Chief Mika, and
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to chief men, princemen, mothers of Israel, brothers and sisters, I bid you our tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.
At this moment, would you all please rise and repeat after me?
Shalom.
And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
or in the heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
But I, the Lord thy God,
For I, the Lord thy God,
am a jealous God,
am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
And it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that thy days may be long upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Shehu, you may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones or had his private member cut off shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Okay, in Deuteronomy chapter 23, he said, He that is wounded in the stones, or having the stones is his manhood, his testicles. And that's where the seed of life, God has placed the seed of life that man carries. He said, whoever is wounded in that area, because people got shot, stabbed, you got cut off, you had accidents, car accidents, you got smashed or whatever. However, if a man stones his testicles, gets wounded, or his private member, okay, is cut off. Back then, they were they called castration, made you a eunuch. You know what I'm saying? To stop you from having seeds. They will cut your private members off. Everything down there is gone. He said that person, whether it was by accident or somebody did it intently, he said they can't enter into the congregation of the Lord. You know what that means? They can't serve God. Okay? God never said why. I'm not going to tell you why. He just said, if this person, this is men, it doesn't have nothing to do with the woman, because the men are the ones that carry the seed. Okay? And his private member, his privates, is cut off. Okay? He can't enter into the congregation of the Lord. Tom Sheep.
A bastard should not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
A bastard. what's a bastard? Bastard has more than one meaning. Bastard, first of all, is a child who came about in whoredom, meaning the parents was not married. Okay, out of wedlock, they weren't married. That means the child was a bastard. If the child was born of incest, that child is a bastard.
That's right.
Of rape, that child is a bastard.
Right.
Okay, a bastard is not someone who doesn't have a father.
Right.
That's an orphan. That's the yatum. Okay. But the way this person, okay, was conceived by his mother was out of wedlock. Okay, so that child is considered a bastard. And they say bastards shall never take root in the way of the Most High God. So you're going to have a lot of people having children and they're not married. Okay, automatically those children are bastards. You're going to have a lot of people that say, well, I got raped. He said, but I'm going to still keep this child. That child is a bastard. So amongst the Most High in Israel, a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to his 10th congregation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. He doesn't want this type of an individual, okay, serving him. Because of the way that, just imagine a brother and sister get together and have a child. That child is a child of incest. That's a bastard. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
That's how the Canaanites was getting down. Most of them were bastards. That's why they were sentenced to destruction at an early time in the ancient world. Tamshi, verse 3.
An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to the 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Now, it don't say because they're bastards, and it don't say because of how they was born.
Right.
God tells us
Why?
this is the reason why. Stick to that reason. You can't come up with your own reason. Tamshi.
Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor, Pethor, of Mesopotamia, to curse thee.
This is the reason why Ammon and Moab was not accepted into the congregation of God. It wasn't because of how they were begot. Remember, 2 daughters laid down with their father Noah, right? That's a bastard. But God didn't say that. He said, the reason why I don't want these guys in, because they didn't welcome you. They didn't treat you right. They didn't give you they didn't meet you with bread and water, because that's how, that was the way of the East. Anytime you're traveling, you're moving around, and people you meet, they say, hey man, come in, bread and water, they feed you. Okay? He said they didn't do that. What they did was they came against him with the sword. They came against him with violence. They wouldn't let them pass through. They didn't show kindness to them. He said, look, man, I just want to pass through here. I'm not going to drink none of your wells, none of your water. We're not going to graze in none of your fields. We're not going to take from none of your land. We just want to pass through because this is the quicker way. We don't want to go all the way. We're going to go through the King's Highway. The King's Highway takes you straight through the land or the country. That way you don't have to go all the way around. But they wouldn't let them go. They just didn't want to. All right? They said, no, you're not coming through here. And they pulled out the sword on them. And they hired. And then after that, they were minding their business in their tents. They're close to Moab land. They're not in Moab land because he won't let them in. So they're on the outskirts. And while they're on the outskirts, he said, Balaam, the son of Beor, Pethor of Mesopotamia, it was sent by the Moabites and the Midianites, got this guy and hired him to put a curse on the children of Israel. Okay? This is why, like Chief Shaman said earlier, the person that gives the order, that's the one responsible. That's the one that goes to jail. Not the boss. I mean, not the worker, the boss. The The boss is saying, yo, take this gun and put that work and go do this and go do that. So when the police come, they, oh man, you was under orders from this guy. Okay, so we coming from you. So that's how this went. They sent a warlock to curse these people. He said, nevertheless, the Lord God would not hearken unto Balaam. Meaning, whatever Balaam was trying to do, God didn't let it happen. Okay? God, whatever he was doing, his rituals and all that stuff, God put a block in there and it wouldn't let it work. Time shoot.
Nevertheless, the Lord God will not hearken unto Balaam. But the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee.
See, when you love someone, you make changes. You would turn things around to appease them. And that's what God did, because he said he loved us. He said, I love you. At that moment in time, we're going to see what made God love these people and not the rest of the world. Time shoot.
Thou shalt not seek their peace, nor their prosperity all the days forever.
He said, don't seek their prosperity. Don't seek to be a part of them. Don't deal with them. Don't make covenants with them. You don't want to have nothing to do with their welfare, their well-being, none of that. He said, because they are stated to die anyway. Okay? Because God already cursed them because you tried to curse them. So God turned the blessing into a curse and turned the curse that you was going to send out, he wound up cursing the Moabites behind that. So it was like a boomerang effect because God loved them. So see, anyone who God loved, he's not going to let no one scheme or plot or harm them. Come see.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not
Abhor means to hate, despise, avoid. Now, who Israelites say is the Edomite is not the Edomite. According to the Hebrew, the description of Esau, which is Jacob's brother, he was red. He wasn't white, but we call the white man or the European man. He was red and hairy. Okay? Adoni. The same description that was used for Solomon and for David. That was their skin color. That was their texture. We call it today light skin or red boned. Okay? And he had red hair. And he was very hairy. That was the distinction between him and Jacob. Okay? The people who we call the white man today they came out of Japhet. In the Isles of Japhet. European, upper European people. Okay? Edom, Esau, he didn't come out looking like that. You ever seen a black guy that had red hair? You never seen a black guy with red hair? Yeah. Malcolm X was black, he had red hair. I know some guys that got freckles, black men, and he got freckles, reddish hair, reddish skin. It's not brown. Okay? That's how Esau looked. So that's why God said, don't abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. No matter how different he is to you, you can't hate him because that's your brother. And that's why later on, when Jacob was scared, because he didn't forget how he did Esau. And he didn't forget that Esau wanted to kill him. So he was afraid when they met up years later. But guess what? Esau said, nah, man, I forgot about that. That's not even on my mind no more. Okay? So another reason not to abhor the Edomite, because it was in Esau's power to do what he wanted to do to Jacob. He could have had revenge, right or wrong. He could have been saying, you know what? I ain't forget what you did to me. Now you're going to pay. He could have did that. That's why Jacob was scared. He said, I'm scared of my brother. That's what he told God. He said, I'm scared of him. All I got is my wife, my children, and all this riches and cattle. He could come in easily and take this up. Because he was moving when he ran into him, he had an army with him. That's why he was scared. But Esau, he said, nah, man, you my brother. He was happy to see him. All right? So in turn, God said, thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian. He tells you who to hate and who not to hate. God told us who to hate and who not to hate. He said, you cannot hate an Edomite and you cannot hate an Egyptian. I don't want you to be like the Egyptian, but you can't hate him. He said, why?
Because thou was a stranger in his land.
You was a stranger in his land. Meaning, you lived in his land. You lived in his country. You lived under his rule. You lived under his roof. You lived in his house. He said, so you could never hate this guy because there was a time when you lived in his house. There was a time when you was in his country. There was a time when you was in his abode. And he didn't hate you because he could have stopped you from being there. So God said, that tells us you can't hate a person whose house you live in. All right? You can't hate them while you're living there, and you can't hate them when you get out. They, at this moment, they're not in Egypt no more. He said, because you was a stranger. Okay? And another part said, and ye know the heart of strangers. He went deeper. Okay? Because strangers, people who are the oddball, the one of a kind, they get treated what? Different. They get left out of other things. They don't get remembered for good things. And it's a treatment that comes with dealing with the stranger, right? That's not good. It's not comely. So he said, and you know how you was when you was there. You was treated as a stranger because you was an Egyptian. You couldn't sit and eat with an Egyptian because you was Israelite. You know that, right? That was a rule amongst the Egyptians. They could not sit with the Israelites because the Israelites are sheep herders. They're herders. And it was an abomination for them to sit with us. That's why God said, don't follow them in their abominations. He said, but look, you can hate what a person do. You don't have to hate them. You get that? Because it said right here, thou shalt not hate, abhor an Egyptian. Don't hate them. But then other parts say, God said, don't follow after them either. Don't follow their ordinances. So I don't have to hate you. I hate what you do. I hate what you did. Some shit. Hey.
The children that are begotten of them shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord in the third generation.
He said the Egyptians and the Edomites, right? Because they got a little leeway with God. So God said, don't hate them. He said, because you was a stranger in their land. He said it because Esau is your brother. He said the children that come from them can enter in their third generation. So that first and second generation wasn't too good. God didn't accept it at first. He said, but by the time the third generation comes, they're going to be better as a people.
When the hosts go forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chanceth him by night.
Nocturnal emission, they call it wet dreams.
Then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp.
Because see, once the seed coming forth from seed of copulation coming forth from a man, automatically he's unclean. Okay? He was asleep. Okay? And in his sleep, there was an emission. He ejaculated. Okay? Now, this happened while he was out at war in the camp. This is in the war camp. Okay? He shall go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. He got to leave the bounds, the borders of that camp and go and settle on his own. He got to have his own tent. He can't be with the rest of the camp. Tamshi.
But it shall be, when evening coming on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
The only way he'll be able to come back, he got to be out there until the evening. When the evening comes, he washes himself with water, and when the sun is down, he still got to wait because the evening is still light. It's still light in the evening time. It's not dark yet. The evening does not start when it's dark. The evening starts when it's still light. You can tell it's about to get dark in like 20 more minutes. It's about to get dark. It's still light, but it's about to get dark. That's evening time. Okay? So when that time comes, right, you're clean. Okay? And then when the sun is down, now you can go back into the camp. All of this is the war camp. This is not the regular camp where the people are living at. Okay? Township.
Thou shalt have a pattern. Thou shalt have a place without. Thou shalt have a place also without.
Without the camp.
Without the camp, where thou shalt go forth abroad.
Okay, so you got a designated area to use the bathroom, to use the restroom. Okay? It can't be where the tents is at, where the encampment is at. Okay, the outhouse. They call it an outhouse, right? That has to be, that's why they call it outhouse. The bathroom, back in the days, was never part of the house. Like today, in apartments, you have the bathroom. Some people got 2 bathrooms there. But that placement was put away from the house, in the field, because this is where people ease themselves, okay, from your fluids, your what's the word for it? From what coming forth from you, body waste, fluids that your body don't need. Thank you. Okay, number 1 and number 2, it wasn't inside of the tent; it was outside of the tent. That's why God said, have a place outside of the camp where you go forth abroad. You're going to have to walk to this thing. Back in the days, Old South, in the islands, old towns of today, the outhouse, the bathroom is still, and the bathroom and shower is out there in the backyard or in the field. That's how it was, because God is a holy God. Okay, and this action here has to be done separate from where the camp is at. Township.
And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith. You shall turn back and cover that which cometh from you.
You out in the field, okay? You go out there, deep out there in the woods, where nobody can see you, away from the camp. Okay, and there's a tent. It's not like you right there and nothing's covered and anybody can see you. There's a certain tent way out there. You go in there, you dig, you get a paddle, and you dig, you ease yourself, and you cover that which came from you. Okay, even though it's not in the camp, you still cover it. Look at cats and look at dogs. Cat litter. The cat go in there, use themselves, right? And then what do they do with his back feet? To cover it. They have that instantly. Dogs have it instantly. I've seen them doing it where there's no dirt. They have to do that. That's in them. So God's got them. So guess what? Feces and urine all over the place, outside, everywhere. God ain't out here. God ain't nowhere. That's the first thing that's going to make him separate. He's nowhere around walking around here. It's all over the place. He said, this shall be when thou ease thyself, thou shalt dig therewith and turn back and cover that which cometh from you. For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp. This is the reason why. See, back then, they were close to God. When they went to war in their encampment, God is right there with them. They don't see him. You know that, right?
Right.
Because he could come in any form. He said, God walks in the midst of your camp. Everybody's sleeping, God be there walking around, protecting them. He's with them. He says, so I don't want you to be doing this act here. You got to go out there and do it and cover it. He said, to deliver thee. He walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you. and to give thine enemies up before thee. Therefore,
for the Lord thy God walk in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee, and to give up thy enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy.
Therefore, because of this, your camp got to be holy. So even their war camp was holy. Okay? That he see, that God doesn't see what?
No unclean thing in thee.
And turn away from you. That's the oh wow, man, they using the bathroom around here. That's an unclean thing. To God, that's an unclean thing. He's getting out of there. And turn away from you. Now he's not going to be there with you to help you and deliver you in your time of war. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto him.
So you had masters, you had servants. You had servants, you had maid servants, right? Today you still got it. Yeah. People who got money. I let my wife chill. I got money. I hired a maid to aid my woman. Not every day, no. Not every day she had to go in there and cook. She got a maid for that. Sometimes she would go tell the maid, look, I want to eat this, that, and the third. And she'll go take care of that. That's how they lived. Not everybody was poor. Mostly everybody was rich. It was an independent nation. Our economy was real high. So a lot of people had servants. You had families of servants. Okay? Now, this particular servant ran away from his master. Right? It says, this guy, you run into him, and you run into a guy who escaped from his servant. Right? It said, don't deliver him unto his master. Don't bring him back to his master. Or don't alert the master that he's here. Yo, man. Don't snitch him out to his master. That's what God said. He said, he shall dwell with thee even among you.
He shall dwell with thee even among you. In that place which he shall choose. In one of thy gates where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him.
Not in your house where he chooses. He's not going to choose to go in your house. He chooses what city. Okay? He chooses whatever city he wants to go to. And he shouldn't be he shouldn't feel like a fugitive because you trying to catch him and bring him back. Like you a bounty hunter or something. All right? He said he gets to stay in any of thy gates, any of their cities where it liketh him best. He said, and you can't oppress him because, well, you was a servant, so since you don't want to work over there, come work for me. You can't do that. You can't oppress him. Okay? Oppress it. Look, anything that you won't like, anything that you being forced against your will to do that you don't like, that's oppression. Okay? Time sheet.
There shall be no whore, the daughters of Israel.
There shall be no whore. A whore is a woman who has promiscuous sex. Sometimes for money, sometimes she don't. Okay? A prostitute is one who is for monetary gain. But a whore, it could go anyway. All right? She's just doing her thing. All it means is you're having sex and you're not married. That's all it means, right or wrong.
Right.
It means you say play the whore in her father's house. Meaning she's not married and she having sex and still living in her father's house. All right? So none of the daughters of Israel are to be whores. So we're supposed to have a lot more virgins here in Israel than anywhere else. Right or wrong?
Right.
And we're supposed to be having tokens of virginity. You know what that is, right? When a woman has sex for the first time and is with her husband, the blood that comes from her virginity being broken gets on her robe, her simla. When they're done, she gets up and takes that simla off and wrap it up and give it to her parents, her father, mother. And that's called the tokens of her virginity. It's called the proof that she was a virgin. We need this practice a little bit more. That way the man can't say about, oh, she was a whore when I met her. Oh yeah? Well, go get the Bible come. He said, well, look, this is the symbol she had on when you had her. This is the blood right here. You got proof. But today there's no proof. Today everything is going wild. Everything. That's why there are so many bastards. Okay? Time sheet. Nor a sodomite. What is a sodomite? A sodomite is one who engages in acts of sodomy, which is non-coital sex, which is anything but the regular way to have sex, to have a baby. Okay? Oral, anal, masturbation, group, toys, games, whatever. However it go, it is not acceptable. That makes one a sodomite. Okay? So that knocks out homosexuality on both sides with the men and women. Because that's also sodomy also. Because the act of homosexuality is not the regular way of man and woman having sex.
That's right.
And all these sexual acts of sodomy are also worship of deities, of false gods, of the gods of the people that were round about them. This is how the Canaanites worship their gods. Okay? So oral sex is out on both ends. Anal sex is out on both ends. Woman and woman, men and men. It is not accepted. These things bring a death penalty. According to the true and living God, this is a death penalty. Okay? But the world don't see it that way. Because they made what God called an abomination, they made it a law today, at the time. At the time. Everything that God said was wicked, they turned it and made it a law. So today it's like, it's not a problem. Now it's what? Oh, but me and my wife, guess what? They tell everybody that. Muslims, 5%ers, Israelites, Christians, everybody get told what you do in the room with your woman is your business. But what God said, he said, no, period. Your wife or not. And if you have 4 wives, you can't have all 4 wives in the bed. You can't have your 2 wives. Nah, they don't get, Raquel and Leah did not get down like that. They said, man, you gonna come see me tonight? He'll come see you tomorrow in your tent. Okay? There's no locker room action in there. Everybody naked, changing around each other. All this is Greeks. The locker room. Greek. You know where the locker room came from? The what they call them things? The bathhouses. Where they go and you get a steam bath. And the girls go and get the mud put on their face. Lie down and pool flower juice or they massage it. All of that got started in Greece. It's called Mithraism. After a deity named Mithra. Mithra. Look it up later. Look it up tonight. It'll show you the beginning of restaurants, museums, amusement parks, like Great Adventure, Splish Splash. There's a whole bunch of them. All of these we can't be a part of, man. Because those things are made, the original purpose, right, was to serve and worship these deities. That's why it was made. That's the whole complete reason. However, people took it today, you ain't got to worry about that. The original purpose was to serve other gods. So you got to leave them things alone. Class trips, like the kids in school, class trips. I didn't let my kids go on class trips. Oh, but it's educational. But look, you gotta go. What's educational about going inside the Statue of Liberty? But that's also on class trips. Okay? Going to museums and things of this nature is Greek philosophy, Hellenism, passed down and modernized to today. That's what most of those trips are. So I didn't let my kids go on most of those trips. Oh man, verse 18.
Verse 18.
Yeah, verse 18.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow.
Back then they would bring money in for a vow into the house of God. The house of the Lord is wherever God chose to place his name there. And the house of God is where they're going to see the high priest. The high priest, the priest is in there. This is where you take the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. This is where you bring the sacrifices. That place, you can't bring the price of a whore or the price of a dog in there. Okay? For even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God.
Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury.
You know what usury is? Loan shark. Interest. You borrow $200 from you, right? And it takes you 2 weeks to pay me back. That's 14 days, right? So every day that it takes for you until you bring that money back is $50. So 50 times 14 plus the original 200 that you got from me. Okay? But you only borrowed 200. But what I'm doing is I'm taxing you. This is called interest, aka loan sharking. The mafia and the mob is real good for that. Now a lot of don't know, and look, you still got loan sharks around here today. You could go and get like $1,000, but however long it takes for you to pay back, you're going to be paying those days too. So God said, "Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother." He said, we don't charge each other interest. If I borrowed $100 from you, then when I'm ready, it's $100. He said, well, look, man, for time, because you took a week. Don't go like that. It's just that amount. That's it. Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Tells you.
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury.
See, that's why he made it clear. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to your brother. Because this you could do to a stranger. A stranger is one who doesn't live the Lord you live. He doesn't serve God, true and living God. He serves another. He does whatever. Okay? He said, unto a stranger,
In the Hebrew it says nakri.
Nakri.
Means a foreigner.
Foreigner. The foreigner is the one who don't live among you.
Right. The stranger lives among
Okay?
us.
Because the stranger live among you.
Right.
The
Yeah.
foreigner is a nakri.
Right.
Nakri is alien.
Right.
Strange.
Right.
Okay?
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thy hand to in the land whither thou goest to possess.
Certain things we couldn't do to each other. We just couldn't do it. I can't charge you extra. That's not right. So when I don't do that and I hold that back, it's a blessing. Tells you.
When thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay it.
You gotta pay it. Once you make that vow, you can't forget that vow. You don't have to say, hey, I'm officially announcing it. All you have to do is just say it out your mouth. Say, I'm never doing this again. or I'm never, or this, or whatever you say, that's a vow. If I promise you something, I say, yo, man, tomorrow I got you. All I gotta do is say, yo, tomorrow I got you. That's a vow. You know that, right? A promise. Or words of intent, right? I intend to do this, and I say it out my mouth, or I say it in my heart. If I say it in my heart, I still got to do it because I said it. I still said it. I just didn't say it out loud. So you got to keep everything that you say out your mouth. But we make promises to each other, and we don't keep the promises. Sometimes you'll come to me and say, hey, man, you said out your mouth the other day. I said, no, I didn't. You say, yes, you did. You did. Look, and I did. But I completely forgot. And that's where the wickedness come in from. We can't forget our promises. We can't forget our vows. We can't forget what I intend to do in my heart. Okay? Time shoot.
For the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee, and it will be sin.
It will be sin in me. Whether I bow to God or I bow to about this, whatever I vowed about, once I'm slack to not slack to pay it, once I didn't fulfill that vow, then it's sin in me. Time shoot.
But if thou shalt forbid a vow, there shall be no sin in thee.
But I didn't promise you. I really didn't. Look. I never said. You put that in my mouth. A lot of times we like to put words in people's mouth too. You wanted me to say this. So you thought I said it. I never said that, brother. I heard Shama tell somebody that the other day. He said, yo, but Shama, you said, Shama said, Don, you wanted me so bad to say it. You thought I said it. But I never promised you that. I said, I don't know. I will see. Does that mean I'm going to do it? That means I don't know yet. Maybe. I didn't give a definite answer yet. I have to see. And when somebody says that, people take it as a yes. Y'all know that? You say, man, but you said, no, I did not say. I said, wait. I said, hold up. I said, let me see what's going on here first. Don't put words in a person's mouth because you want them to do what you want them to do. Okay? Tashi.
That which is going out of thy lips, thou shalt keep it perform.
Whatever come out your lips, you keep it perform. It's so detrimental that if you say, yo, man, I'm going to kill him when I see him, you're going to have to do that. You know that? Do y'all know that? Everything that come out your mouth got to be correct in front of God. You can't say you're going to do something and don't do it. But we speak out of what? Emotion. Out of the moment. A lot of times, I'm in that moment, and I said things in that moment, and I offended you. I insulted you. I didn't say, oh, man, I know you was mad, but you didn't have to say that. Okay? But then later on, I don't remember I said these things. Because I was in a moment so much. I said so much while I was in my moment, I ain't going to remember everything I said. So there's going to be somebody to tell, hey, man, no, I heard what you did say that. They say, no, but look, witnesses. You got 4 witnesses. 2 witnesses established the matter, right? Yeah. We got 4 witnesses to the matter, right? And everybody said, they say, yeah, man, you did say that. And the person still denied. Because we're so used to saying things and with intent and purpose out our mouth, we don't keep it.
Even a free will offering. That was God. Even a free will offering. According as thou hast vowed unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. When thou comest into
which thou hast promised with thy mouth. You don't have to say I promise. You don't have to look. We don't put our hand on the Bible or raise our hand. We don't do that. We don't do that. Okay, that's not how you make a vow. Okay, all you gotta do is just say it out your mouth.
So you gotta do that which has promised with thy mouth. Timesheet.
When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes at thy field, at thine own
Now
pleasure.
you know sometimes you would say something to a person and their heart is expecting. They're waiting on what you promised them. I'm waiting on that. Okay? Because I need whatever you're talking about. You said you're gonna do for me or you're gonna give me. My heart is set on that. Okay? But now you said you didn't say it. Or you're mad at me, so you change your mind. That's the number one. The number one is when you're mad and you change your mind, so now I'm giving them not mad at him. But you can't do that because you already promised it. And that's what makes us better before God. And even against my own soul, I'm still gonna do what came out my mouth. Yet you know what? I was hyped. I shouldn't have said that, but I gotta fall through with it. What she told her father? She said, God has made a vow to the Lord.
Yeah, open your mouth.
She said, you have opened your mouth. You made a direct vow to God.
You can't go
Personal vow. She said, you can't go back. She didn't say, what kind of vow did you? I'm gonna make a vow and it got me hooked up. No, they didn't do that. The main thing was you making sure you said what came out your mouth. So if I'm hooked up in it, then I'm just hooked up in it. Okay? You ain't hear Jonathan talking about, well, I didn't consult the witch. Why I gotta die? You didn't hear none of that. You didn't hear Aaron say, oh, man, I didn't say it, he did it. They accepted a lot of things we wouldn't accept today because it came from God.
Right.
What don't feel right to you, you ain't accepted it. That's not where this is where we go wrong at. So when thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, thou mayest eat grapes at thy field, at thine own pleasure. You can come in my vineyard and eat all the grapes you want. I'm not going to shoot you down and chase you, or have my dog have dogs laying around there. You didn't do that because you had some people who didn't have, and the easiest way to feed them is just let them go in your yard and eat. There used to be a lady here named Miss Bailey, and there was a cherry tree back here, and it was a big cherry tree, some good cherries. Man, she won't let nobody, the little kids come there. She won't let them get a cherry off the ground. She chased them. Get out of here. Get out of here. She chased them away, man. Down south, people will shoot you. People will shoot you. But see, amongst Israel, it's different. He said, look, man, you can walk into that vineyard and eat grapes at your own pleasure. He said, but thou shalt not put in thy vessel. Now, this is where you got to remember, this is not yours. You can sit there and eat as much as you want. You're only going to be able to eat for so much, but you can't take them with you because it's not yours. You are only allowed to sit and eat to your food in that vineyard. But when you start, they call it doggy bag. You say, man, I got a plate here. Let me make 2 more plates. These 2 plates is when I go home. You see it? You see people coming from parties. You see plates of food. They ate already at the place. So that's just to show you, you can't go in the yard, my yard. I can't go in your yard and start cut a branch off. Take the branch. I sit there, I can eat, and after a while, I'm gonna get full and leave. And it's gonna be enough for me, and it's not losing none of your crops. Verse 25. When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbors. Now, all over the book, corn is mentioned. Corn existed. Corn existed in Egypt. It said the earing time. Corn has ears that you got to pull back. Wheat don't have ears. Wheat has husk. Barley has a husk. All the other grains got husk. Corn has ears. that you pull back. Okay? So it did exist. Probably not in the form of today, because a lot of things been spliced. Okay? A lot of animals that exist now didn't exist back then. A lot of birds. Most birds are unclean to eat. Yeah. You didn't see them eat too much birds in there. And Solomon, it said in his daily menu, right? Balbul, okay, which means it means a fatted bird or a goose. It can either mean a goose or a fatted bird. We don't know what exactly it was, because the definitions, some of these definitions got turned around too, to allow people, okay, to allow people to go ahead and eat it. But you got old world birds and you got new world birds. Okay? Today we are living amongst new world birds. Even the pigeons, okay? These are new world pigeons. It's not the same pigeons, but not the same breed of pigeons back then. Okay? Chicken, never mentioned in the book at all. Turkey is mentioned, the turkey buzzard. See where it says great owl? In Leviticus 11, it says the cormorant, then the great owl. In the Hebrew, it says, what's the word? Forgot the word in the Hebrew. But the word in the Hebrew means buzzard, turkey buzzard. So the turkey is related to a buzzard. And you know what a buzzard is? Buzzard and vulture, they're cousins also. They're in the kind, they're related. So bird, y'all better leave them birds alone, leave that chicken alone. It's a sacrificial bird of the church. Every Sunday, chicken is a must on Sundays. Yeah, my man, that. Chicken is a must on Sundays. The whole world is agreed to that. Look, tomorrow, every building that you go into in the hood smell like chicken. Okay? Okay? In jail, every Sunday is bird day. They call it bird day. Okay? Even in jail, even in the hospitals, on Sundays, chickens get served everywhere on the planet in honor of the cross. Sunday dinner, okay, comes from the sacrificial bird, which is the chicken. This was the bird that was used to worship and commemorate the sun god. This ancient sun worship, man. Think about it. Why people in witchcraft use the chicken? They use chicken blood. Why don't they use a dove? Why they don't use a turkey? Even though the turkey is no good too, why they don't use the turkey? You say, oh man, because something with that chicken, that's an unclean animal. Unclean animal for abominable purposes. Really think about it. The origin of the chicken has been made unclear. Okay? It referred back to its parent, which is the red jungle fowl. It said they took this jungle fowl, they said, and they mated it with a bird that they never mentioned, and come this chicken. So that's the information that you get. You look it up, and it will tell you that its ancestors is the red jungle fowl. Okay? It looks a little bit like a rooster. All right? And it got mated with another bird, but they never said what bird it got mated with. And then they came up with the chicken. And now the chicken got mated, guess what? Got hybrid and breeded with all other birds that people eat today. The chicken is breeded with all other birds that people eat today. quails too. Leave the quails alone. The quail, you got certain breeds of quails, you won't know. You won't know. But they breed these animals together. They breed these fowls together. Okay? The eggs is out of the question. They didn't eat eggs. Because they didn't have chickens. They didn't have turkeys.
You eat eggs, you eat
You eating. All right. A woman getting pregnant, right? She got a fetus inside of her. You rip her open and eat the fetus. That's what you do when you eat eggs. The egg turns into a bird. Okay. Snakes lay eggs, right? Right? After a while, will come out the egg. A snake.
But if you crack that egg,
If you crack it early,
it look like eggs.
it look like the same eggs. It got a yolk and it got water around it. Everything that has an egg, ostriches. Did you ever see an ostrich egg? Ostrich egg like this. There used to be a show called Fear Factor, and they used to break it, put it in the blender, they drink it for $250,000. Do you see you see the gains that are made out of it? What is good about it? Think about it. Birds lay eggs, reptiles lay eggs. Think about it, man. And look. The first chickens come from dinosaurs. They devolved, not evolved. Devolved. God devolved them, okay, so that their bodies were able to handle the harsh winters that God threw down here after their era. Y'all really go back to the origin of these animals. That bird. That bird ain't no good, man. That bird ain't no good, man. They didn't have chicken flocks. They didn't have chicken eggs. They didn't have that. They did not have it. You look up the word chicken in the Old Testament, in any version, you ain't going to see it. You're not going to see it.
Majority of birds come from dinosaurs.
99.9 come from Tyrannosaurus Rex, Pteranodon, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, the pterodactyls. They all come from these animals, these extinct animals. They were all reptiles. Dinosaurs are reptiles. If you look at the bottom of the chicken's feet, right, it got scales. It don't have feathers. Why chicken? Why all these birds? Theropods. They got 3 toes. Once they got 3 toes, or the direct line from Tyrannosaurus Rex. There were a lot of creatures on this planet that man didn't get to detail and talk about that we would never know. You had tigers that had teeth, saber-toothed teeth. Tigers. You had elephants that had fur that died out, that got killed. A lot of them got killed at the time of the flood, and they didn't come back. Okay? Only certain animals God made go. God made these animals go to Noah. Noah didn't have to go and search all these animals and that's more than a lifetime. God made them come to him. The lions, they didn't come there trying to bite nobody. They came willingly. This was a godly thing that went down. Time sheet. I'm at, okay, all right. Go to 24.
When a man has taken a wife and
married. When a man had taken a wife, marriage, a beautiful thing, a sacred thing. Yeah, sacred. God made marriage. When Adam saw Eve, he said, this is now, as of this moment, bones of my bones, flesh of my flesh. This is my counterpart, not the animal. So that scratch bestiality. Adam did not think to go into none of the farm animals, into the sheep and the cows, because people do this. That didn't come across his head. He didn't say nothing. But for some reason, God looked, he said, man, this guy's lonely. It's not good for man to be alone. He said, so what? Boom, he took his rib and he made woman. And when he made her, he looked, he said, this is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. The twain shall be one. Okay, does it? Look. Every man need a woman. Sometimes, you ain't got no woman, you gotta do your own laundry. Okay? You gotta do your own everything. Your own cooking, sewing, everything. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't got no sisters around, you ain't got no daughters around, you gonna be there, man, boy. But then now, you gotta pick the right one. We men and women, we too hastily get into relationships. Not marriage, relationships. We're too hasty and too quick. You gotta take it easy. That's why back in the days, the parents, the father mainly, in Israel, we didn't have single parent homes. All right? Most women today, welfare, working, and they doing it by themselves with a bunch of kids. No man in the house. Most of these houses, there's no man in the house. So there's no real order. Everybody go off and do what they want to do. Okay? Not so in Israel back then. It wasn't like that. The man wasn't in the house because he died. You didn't get her pregnant and say, well, look, it's still ain't mine. I don't care if it's mine. I'm still not. They didn't do it. They didn't get down like that, man. They didn't get down like that. You didn't see this woman pregnant and she don't know who she's pregnant for. He said, nah, because I was with Jeremiah and Jonathan within the space of 5 days. You didn't need Maury. You didn't need these things. Bringing in bastards.
On with the next one.
And then another bastard comes.
I finished with this one, on with the
And
next
then another bastard. You're popping it up. Right? He said, look at her. She got all them kids. You part of that too, because ain't one of them kids yours?
Yeah. You
gotta watch that, man. And Israelite man, you get a wife, right? Don't just be so. You gotta take care of her, man. And you want to be putting babies in her. Cause I say Israelite men love. They don't wait. They don't waste no time.
9 different months.
They don't give them time to breastfeed the kid. The kid ain't get breastfeed yet. The kid ain't a year. She's pregnant already. These are not good things to do. But if they would back off and accept that God allowed me to have more than one woman, it alleviates that also. Oh, you know what? I ain't got to buy a maid. I ain't got to buy a maid or rent a maid. I have another wife. Her other wife, come over here and help first wife. She's pregnant. She needs some help. You see the things we're preventing? You see the value that we're preventing? Because everybody feel away with this law or that law. Tom Street.
When a man has taken a wife and married her, and it comes to pass that she found no favor in his eyes, because he had found some unclean thing in her.
Well, though today, women find uncleanness in man. Yeah. I know some female. I know one woman. She said, she don't do certain things. She won't eat certain things, but her husband will. Yeah. You got a lot of sisters that adhere to that law, but their husbands don't. It's not for them to correct their husbands either. They can't get up, and you can't get up in the space. That's not for you to do. That's for either another man or God. Or look, only other woman that can do that and correct him is his mother. So it's right now, he said, well, look, I don't want to be with you no more. And he's like, yo, what happened? Everything's good. Sometimes the man doing everything he's supposed to. Still ain't enough. She want to go out there. She want to go back out there. She's been holding it down for a long time. It's too much pressure here. look, any petty reason to stop serving God, point the finger at you and go back out there with John.
Baptist.
The uncircumcised. Now all you get is uncircumcised men. Think about these things. Not being too hasty. She's 13 years old. I'm not engaging her to be married to nobody. I'm just giving, yeah, she's too young. She's way too young.
Let alone a while.
Okay? Nah, man, you ain't marrying nobody, boy. You ain't got no house. You ain't got nothing. All you gonna do is bring her into my house. You gotta cut that out, man. Now, if I arrange, look. I can arrange for my daughter to get married to your son from birth, right? But that means she don't get touched until that day comes. That's a long time from now. That they did that also. Until the parents did that. Tell she.
Then let him write her a bill of divorcement, and give it her hand and send her out of his house.
He said that let him write her. He found something unclean. He found something that doesn't stand good with him, It could be anything. He said that let him write her. He writes. See, back then, you your own lawyer, you your own court, you your own judge. Today, you got to go to court to get a divorce. And you got to pay. And you got to wait. Look. And you got to wait. The divorce ain't final yet. Don't you hear that?
Yeah.
That's because we gave up our independence by wanting to be like the rest of the people. So now we got to get married like the rest of the people, or else it's not recognized. Business-wise, it's not going to be recognized. Okay? Now, she's truly your wife by God, and she looks at you as her husband by God, there should be no problem you getting that certificate. You don't have to throw a ceremony. Okay? There's no ring involved. That ring is old Egyptian sun worship. That ring, that wedding ring and that wedding band that goes on this finger has a lot to do with sun worship. And it especially goes here because they say, I don't know how true it is. The story is that a bang from this finger that you put your wedding band and your wedding finger on goes straight to your heart. Right? So that means the band of the sun, me and you got married under the band of the sun, and I wear this ring as a symbol of the sun god accepting this, and it's in my heart. All of that is trash. All of that is trash.
There's no ring that unites me and my wife.
There's no ring. Look. If a man gets incarcerated, right, and you go to jail, let's just say you go to jail, right? I've seen men in there, and he said, yeah, man, you see, not everybody wear the jewelry, but you see some guys wear a wedding band. You know what he had to do to get to wear that? He had to get the certificate of marriage in order to wear that ring. So that ring, the certificate is more important than the ring. The certificate is legally important than the ring. You can walk around with that ring all day. That look. That ain't proof that you married in this world. You could get look. You don't need no ring. You don't need, because see, the ring means that you went through the sun worshiping ceremony. See that chapel? All of that. That's what the ring for. See, the ring starts with this. It starts like this. Who's like this? The man or the woman? The man.
Soft.
Okay? He gets on his knees in front of this woman and asks for her hand in marriage. Right? He's Now she has all the power to decide herself now. Not her parents no more. Just scratched out now. That's why God, Israelite men, you don't like going to the parent. You don't like going to the mother or the father. You want to, because she grown. You think you could just go over there and start talking to her. No. That's why things be out of whack. That's why you got a lot of fathers that disapproved. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
There's a lot of fathers in Israel that did not like the union their daughters had with certain men. He said, man, if it was up to me, you wouldn't marry him. Even if you was a virgin, he could utterly refuse that. And you still got to pay the dowry of virgins. But who ever paid the dowry of virgins? Are you really married? Are you really divorced? Got to look at these things now. So we're having families, we're bringing out families and generations of Israelites under these standards. In order for me to write a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of my house, it got to be my house. Right or wrong? Right. I can't send her out of her house. I moved in. Okay, this is her house. I want to end up moving in. And now I sent her out of her. She's not going nowhere. She's going to call the police. She's going to call the police. That's what's going to happen. The police is coming up in there. All right? Look, it was my house. I had a lease. And it was in my name. You know what I'm saying? I had to be a lion in my house. Okay? I had to be to get certain laws done. Right? The neighbors heard me yelling, called police. Police came. Nobody's getting hurt here. Nobody got bruised. Everything's good. Just my mouth is loud in here. That's what I told him. Guess what he said? He said, well, look, why don't you? He said, well, look, whose name is on the lease? I said, it's not. Look, I showed him ID. Okay, with my lease. He had my ID. He looked. He said, wow, this is very rare. He said, this is very rare. I said, what? He said, you know, young black man like you, paying his own rent, got his name on the lease. It's very rare. Okay. So now, he said, well, look, man, I understand it's your house. He said, but why don't you take a walk? I said, what you mean take a walk? Why don't you tell her to take a walk? This is my house. Okay? Back then, this is the man's house. And that's why he is able to command his household after him. Unless you got a female now who accept these laws and ways so good, she'll let you run her house and your name ain't on the lease. Now you gotta be easy with her. You gotta give her everything. Because you have women like that too. Okay? And they're good girls. Time sheet. Nah, you don't get them no more. Hold. Let me make this clear. Thank you. They're rare now. It's like a gem in the garbage. You gotta watch it. Yeah. You gotta watch that. Don't look. We ain't got it like that no more. Okay? Time sheet.
And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife.
Now, her freedom is back legally. She can go and be another man's wife. You can't say nothing. He said, look, man, she got married to the dude 2 days. She had been 2 days after I kicked her out. She been wanting to. No. It's your business. You got to leave that alone. You shouldn't have said, I've seen men do that. I've seen men, Israelite men, heathen men, right? Look, no divorces involved because they didn't get married. And he said, man, forget her. Ignore her. Ignore her. And then she'd be like, okay, and she go with Johnny down the block. He said, man, she down with Johnny. Now you got a problem with Johnny down the block. Now you got a problem with that. God don't want you to have that mentality. Once you divorce her, send her out of your house, she is able to go and be another man's wife. So you killed that. You killed that agreement, that covenant. You made her go out. Okay? And you shouldn't want her back because you found something unclean on her to make you do all of this. Some shit.
And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house, or if the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife, her former husband which sent her away may not take her again to be his wife.
The latter husband, I cut her off. I gave her a bill of divorcement, sent her out. She about her way. She married this guy. Now, this guy found probably the same thing or something else in her, and he divorced her, right? I can't take her back. I can't say, well, no, you ain't with him no more? All right, come on, man, we're going to do it. I can't take her back. She's no good for me. For anybody else, she's good for her, but she's no good for me. If that man dies, or he write her a bill of divorce, the former husband, the one who she was married to before, the man cannot take her back because she is defiled. For me, she's defiled. And I said, look, man, once it's over with us, and you went and been with another man, look. I mean, verse 4. I don't want you no more. I look at you different. Okay? Because you let someone else up in my abode, my property, right? I don't want ownership of that no more. I don't want that no more. He said, if you ain't plowed with my heifer, right? Man, you wasn't all up in my woman's face. You went and took my heifer without my permission. You transgressed. And I can't take her back because it's an abomination before God, and she will be defiled for me to have as wife because I don't let her out. She don't been with one man or another dude, right? Well, however that went, but I can't take her back. Once he said, hey, baby, what's up? It's been a while. I was thinking, but you was right about a lot of things. Let's try to. I said, oh, nah. I said, nah. That's okay. I'm good. He said, what you mean? I'm saying, well, sometimes it takes time for people to see, you let it go away, then you really realize. I said, nah, not that. I'm not letting that. I said, nah. When that goes away, it becomes another man jumps on it. They say what? One man's garbage, another man's treasure. Right or wrong? It's true. It's true.
No, it's true. Another potion and
because she's not a virgin no more. Yeah. Okay, so you can't take her back, man.
And when a man has taken a new wife, he should not go out to war.
A new wife, meaning probably he had a wife before and was divorced. She died, or he got a new wife other than the one he got. It could be either way, but she's a new wife, meaning he got an old one, or he had an old one. He said he shall not go out to war. So in Israel, when I get a wife, I don't go to war. Right? Neither shall he be charged with any business. I don't take care. Say I used to take care of the king's business. Right? I used to be. I was his tax collector. I was the king's tax collector. I got married, right? For a year, I can't do all of that. Somebody else got to collect that. Okay? For a year, y'all going to war, I can't go to war. I just got married. I'm a newly wedded man to a woman. I say to a woman to make things clear. Okay? So, you reading, you watching TV, you hear things like, you hear a man's voice, you say, yes, and my husband, whoa. You hear things like that, so I make it clear, okay, with a woman. He said, but he shall be free at home For 1 year.
Neither shall he be charged for any business. But you shall be free at home 1 year.
And
He
shall.
shall cheer up his wife, which she had taken.
Okay. You at home 1 year. They call that today honeymoon. But look, this honeymoon is the honeymoon of all honeymoons. Because you home for a year. You know how long that is? Do you know how good we was? Look. Ain't no thing about, man, I gotta go to work. Today you gotta go to, today bills gotta get paid. You can't go on no honeymoon for a year and come back. When you come back, the house gone. Somebody else living in it. It's been sold. Different era of time. God gave these people independent life in order for them to serve him. In order for them to be able to do these things, he made them free and independent. That's why Moses said, yo, we can't serve God here.
We're not free here.
We're not free. At any given time, you can switch up. When we tell you the word, when we tell you the law, you may say, well, look, I don't want that going on in my house. Okay? I read it in another book. Okay? I read in another book about a certain king that wanted to go up. This was after the Maccabees, but right before the Maccabees time. He said a certain Egyptian king, he wanted to go where the true and living God's name is being worshipped. You know what that is? The temple. But he can't go in there. That was the problem. And he had a problem with going, like, why I can't go there? I'm the king. And you all say, this is the true and living God. Let me go up in there. And he said, no, king, you can't come up in there. All laws are different. He said, look, I went in the church. He said, I went there. I went in the mosque. He said, so why I can't? He said, because the true and living God is not those gods. He said, he's not those gods.
Totally different.
His laws are different because he is holy. You know what that means?
Separate.
How we have to serve God? Nobody else. We don't serve God the way everybody else served their deities. We worship God different. Prayer is different. Posture different. Timing different. Okay? We don't even pray like the people. Certain surroundings I can't pray around. There's garbage around. Right or wrong? I've seen Muslim Africans pray. Man, in the bathroom.
Concrete.
In the bathroom.
That's a garbage.
In basements where they're cutting meat up there. In the next room, they sell bootleg DVDs. Yeah, this is a scenario. And you see that guy sitting there, and he got the thing down, and he doing this, and you know how he do the thing. Yeah. But their God ain't holy. Their God is a no God. Okay? Where I'm at? In the day room. Yeah. People playing cards. Dudes is playing. Yeah, man. Yeah. They do it anywhere. You can't do that with God. He said, you shall not do so unto the Lord. Ye shall not do so unto the Lord. Okay? Time sheet.
No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, but he taketh a man's life to pledge.
A millstone is as big as this room here. A millstone. It's two pieces. You got a top piece, right? You got a bottom piece. They're flat in the middle. You push it up, you put a stick there. Stick holes. You take your grain, because when wheat comes up, it doesn't come the wheat that we get it here. It's hard, barley. They're all inside a shell. Okay? Throw that in there. Drop the millstone. The weight of that millstone alone is heavy. Yo, that thing is, millstones are heavy. And then you turn it. You grind it. That breaks it up. And you get fine grain. You get flour. You keep grinding it, you get flour. Barley flour, wheat flour. Okay?
It was going to kill him.
And look, that woman was strong.
It was going to kill him.
That woman was strong. There was a woman that picked up a millstone and she picked it up and they walked over to the window of the tower and threw it down. And the momentum of that, look, if a penny from the Empire State Building hits you in the head, it's going through your whole body like a bullet because of the momentum and speed that it gathers. That man, his head cracked and he was still alive. He was still able to talk and he was coherent. He said, yo, I don't want it to be said that I got destroyed by it, I got killed by a woman. He said, yo, hit me up. But he was still in his wits and he got cracked in his head from a millstone. And he knew it was a woman. He probably seen her. Yeah, but when you were attacking the tower, whoever's in that tower, they throw hot tar, they throw fire, and that was his problem. He went too close. He went to set it on fire. And when he looked up, he seen her drop it. That's why David told David, they don't want David said, yo, what was wrong with y'all? Y'all knew they was hitting with arrows. Why y'all went so close? You can't get out of range. Out of range of fire. Okay? Even back then, they didn't have guns, but you knew how close and how far away. Because them spears will get you, them arrows will get you. Rocks, they drop stuff on you. They throw fire on you. Tar, hot tar. All they got to do is throw hot tar on you. And you'll see fire ignite. You're done off. You're going to die. Tom sheet.
If a man be found stealing any of his
so look, you can't take his millstone. You can't take the upper part or the lower part for a pledge. Meaning he's borrowing something from me. He's borrowing food or money from me. And I came to get something that's collateral. That's the pledge. I can't take his millstone. Because you know where the millstone is usually at? Outside. Millstones were not in the house. No. Millstones were outside. So I can't go in your house to fetch a pledge. So I gotta wait outside. But then I could look and see the millstone. So I said, you know what? I can't go in your house, but give me the millstone. God said, not that either. God got these laws covered. He said, you stand out there and wait. But while you stand out there, you see the millstone, you can't touch that either. How he gonna pay you back if you take away his means of making the money? Right or wrong? Right. If you can't go to work, how you gonna get to pay your bill? How you gonna get right? Mm-hmm. So I'm taking your car from you. That's your means to get into Jersey. You work in Jersey. You drive Uber. Or you drive Uber, and I snatch your car from you. How am I gonna expect for you to pay me back when the car is what you use to make your money? The millstone is what they did to make their money. How am I gonna pay you back? And you took my means of paying you back and living. I still, until I pay you back, I still gotta eat. Means of income. Means of income. Time sheet.
If a man be found stealing any of his brethren,
kidnap,
or of the children of Israel, and making merchandise of him,
ransom,
or selling him, then that thief shall die, and thou shalt put evil away from among them.
That's one thing I see they ain't do. They ain't grab nobody up and say, yo, King David, I got your sons here. I want this, I want that, I want that. Nobody did that. No kidnapping. You said a lot of this, if you read it, it says any of your brethren or your people. You make it clear that certainly you cannot do this to each other. Time sheet.
Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that thou
be careful. Follow the rules concerning the disease, concerning the sickness. All right? Time sheet.
That thou observe diligently, and do according to all that the priests, the Levites, shall teach you, as I commanded them, so you shall observe to do.
So dealing with leprosy, the high priest, the priests, they're the ones that knows how to check for this leprosy. They know what to look for. Okay? And according to whatever they say, you got to follow and do, because leprosy back then, it was a disease that eat your skin and your flesh away. First your skin, then your flesh. And when so much of your flesh get eaten away, you just sit down and die. You just sit down and die. You be weak. And you got skin leprosy. Okay? Today they call that eczema. The scab, the itch, hemorrhoids, all these things was from back then. Okay? Tell you.
Remember what the Lord thy God did unto Miriam by the way. After that, ye will come forth out of Egypt.
Yeah, don't forget what happened when God struck Miriam with leprosy. Okay? The camp did not move. She was set apart from the camp for 7 days. 7 days, right? And at that 7 days, the cloud didn't move. The pillar of fire didn't move. The camp didn't move. Everybody stayed put. As soon as it got clear, she was able to come back in the camp. Movement started. Tell you.
When thou dost lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into thy house to fetch.
See, there it goes.
Fetch his
There it go. There it go. See, you can't go in this house to pledge the collateral, to fetch the pledge, because I'm gonna pick what I want to use. I'm supposed to hold it. I'm not supposed to use it. I'm gonna go in there picking things that's more valuable than what I borrowed from you. God knows the mind. Stay out that man's house. Don't go picking up stuff, even if he owe you. Stay out his house. You going to say, you know what? Yo, all right, you know what? Give me this and forget about it. No. Nah. Right. There we go. Things like that. You know what I'm saying? So what you do is, okay, brother, wait right here. Whatever I bring out to you, right? You gotta hold that down. You can't say, man, this ain't no value, man. No, you can't do that. Back then, most of the time it was road, right? And this is for when it wasn't a road. Right. Because now he's going in his house. He's coming out with anything. And you can't go in there and pick nothing. Now, like I said earlier, while you standing up out there, because you can't pick nothing, the millstone is right here. So God said you can't take that either. Time sheet.
Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto you.
So that means whatever he bring out to you, you got to accept that. Right. So a lot of stuff you got to accept dealing with God. Okay? Time sheet.
And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge.
Now, the pledge happens to be a robe. Okay? Because that's thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. Why you can't keep the robe overnight? He pledged, he holding, so I'm holding this. Great.
In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again when the sun goeth down, that he may sleep in his own raiment and bless thee. And it shall be righteousness unto thee before the Lord thy God.
They didn't have blankets and comforters and stuff like that. They slept in their robes. Okay? And he's tall. He's tall. Okay? Okay, if I give you my robe, because I ain't got nothing else here. There's value to, right? But I'm not trying to give this up. I got other stuff in here. But today I don't got nothing. I got my robe. So tonight, they slept in their robes. God said, what are you going to sleep in? It gets cold in Israel. And they didn't have silk robes. They had heavy wool. They call it coats. A heavy robe is called a coat. The first time anything got called a coat was a heavy robe, like heavy linen. Wool, linen. Those are called coats. Because you could wear, put clothes on and put that robe over and go outside. That's where the original coats are. Yeah. Yeah. Woolly, real thick. Keep you warm. So how he gonna sleep? He need that. So what you do is Before the sun go down, I give it to him. The sun come up, he bring it back out to me. And we do that until he pay me. But I can't hold it all night. Now, if he bring me out something else, I can hold that all night. He don't need that to sleep. But his robe, he can bring that out. I automatically know, okay, I'm gonna see you later on before the sun goes down. As soon as the sun goes down, I'm gonna be here. It said, because when the sun is down, where you gonna sleep in? Neither shall the sun go down upon it. That means you better be here no later than evening time. You can't show up dark. You gotta be here when it's still light and give me back the robe. And then tomorrow you come back and get it until I pay you. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy, whether it be of thy brethren or of thy stranger that are in thy land within thy gates. At his day thou shalt give him his hire.
He said, thou shalt not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy. This guy is a hired servant. He's hired, right? He's not my servant. I hired him, meaning I'm paying him for his service. Okay? But he's also poor and needy. He ain't got much. He said, I can't be oppressing this guy. I can't take advantage of him. Change his wages. What Jacob said, you changed my wages these 10 times. He said, I don't know what I'm getting. On the job, you got people sitting down saying, yeah, I worked 3 days. I did this. I got 78 hours in. So boom, boom, I get this. After tax, they know what they getting. This guy don't know what he getting. Because I'm thinking I'm getting 30 shekels like yesterday. Nah, look, and it's less now. It's a different charge every time, a different wage every time, and it's less. You know, people do that every day. I had people complain about that. Brother of mine came and said, yeah, man. He said, guy offered me, he said he's going to give me $150 to clear the garbage out here. I said, all right, it's really more than $150 job. But he did it. God gave him $50. He promised him $150. After he did that, he only gave him $50 and said, that's all that's worth. So you only lied to me to get me to do the job and then change my wages. That's why Jacob said, yo, man, you changed my wages 10 times. Who does that? Who does that? The minimum wage is now $3. Next week, the minimum wage is $4 now. You changing my wages, man. I can't get nothing right like this. Time sheet.
If the sun go down upon it, but he is
15.
I got it. At his day, thou shalt give him his hire.
At his day. That's how we got paid. The system of getting paid when you work, when you work with someone, you got paid at the end of the day. You got paid every day. There was no check. Mm-hmm. There is no check cashing. There was no bank. There was no other government that made this currency and none of that. I didn't have to sign and take this and wait. And then she got to put the camera on me and make sure it's me. And then she got to sit there and verify the check.
Well, it's not verified yet. You have to wait.
Then you got to then you got to wait 3 years to do it. Nah, man. God had it to where you didn't have to suffer. What I'm going to do until the check clear. That's what God looking at. So pay that man every day. He work all day. The day before evening, work stop because it's in the field. But once it gets dark, you can't see nothing. So everybody's going home now. This is when it's time to pay. Give him his hire. Neither shall the sun go down upon him. Time sheet.
But he is poor.
He's poor.
He set his heart apart.
And what I said earlier about your heart being set on something, I'm setting my heart on my check, on my pay, on what I worked for. God did say, "He shall sweat." Wow. The brow. You're gonna work now. You don't get nothing easy, man, because of what you did. You gotta work to get what you. So I work and you don't pay me. God told me to go to work, so I'm working now and you don't pay me. That becomes a problem. Many people's heads got busted.
Right?
Many people's heads got busted for not paying people. Time sheet.
Lest he cry against thee unto the Lord, and it be sin unto thee. The father shall not be put.
Look, all you gotta do is say, oh God, sober for you. Because it's your fault why he crying out. Time sheet. No. He ain't gotta say, oh God. All he gotta do is say, oh man, what I'm gonna do now? He cried out. He cried out, man. God hears that. God hears these things. Poor, fatherless, widow. Oh yeah, stranger. Oh yeah. Because they don't have nobody.
He said, I am gracious.
They don't have nobody. He said, so look, I can't be any other way shown to them. You mess with them, I'm gonna turn it around and make your wife a widow and your sons and your daughters orphans.
For I am
He said,
gracious.
for I am gracious.
Gracious, man. Gracious, man.
See how his gracious could prove until you getting whacked up.
Kill you.
That's okay. Gotta watch it. Time sheet.
The father shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
You know, we're the only ones that go by this. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All the other leaders round about, they don't catch you, they get the kids. They get the sons. Spring them up. But with each other, if you are supposed to get put to death for violation, right? Just you get put to death. I don't do that to your offspring because of you. Okay? And neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. So guess what? I can't put nobody to death for somebody else, right or wrong. That's how that goes. The father is worthy, so I put the children to death. The children is worthy, so I go to the father. So the father is righteous, right? The children are wicked. So what? You gonna put the father to death for them? That don't go. It said, all souls that sin. You know what that means? You pay for your own sin. That's what it means. My children don't pay for my sin. Now my sins get visited upon them. But if I do something and it's worthy of this punishment, death, they don't get put to death for that. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger.
Don't change. But to pervert means to change or alter or go off from the usual course or procedure. Do not go off. Do not change the judgment of the stranger because they're a stranger, or the fatherless because they're fatherless. He said, nor do what?
Nor take a widow's raiment to pledge.
Look, your pledge ain't no good, widow. Here. I'm not going to let you borrow nothing from me. And I'm not taking nothing for collateral. God already said I can't do it. Because the widow is the only one I can't do that with. If the widow comes and she needs something, and she said, well, look here, you can hold this with. Like, no. And she'll keep insisting. And just, no, you're a widow. I don't have to take anything from you. Matter of fact, the widow you give to. You know that, right?
That's right.
Fatherless, the widow, the stranger. You look out for these people, you got mercy. God give you some mercy. Because nobody else gonna be looking out for them. You understand me? Mm-hmm. They're on their own. They don't have a protector. They're on they're literally by themselves. So if you look and you see that, and you say, nah, man, because look, if this guy here is a Yatum or just whatever the case may be, right? God love that, man. But he don't like when we do these people dirty. He don't like when you oppress or vex the widow, the stranger. Okay, because the stranger is not the Nakri. The stranger lives amongst us.
Yeah.
Okay? The stranger serves God. So you got to watch. You can't mess with him either. Some shit.
But thou shalt remember that thou was a bondman in Egypt.
Let's remember what you went through. Let's just remember you was in those same boots. Remember you was in that situation, man. And you didn't like it. And it wasn't good for you. So you gotta, because this is what will make you consider other people when they're in that position. Time sheet.
And the Lord thy God redeemed thee thence. Therefore I command thee to do this thing.
He said, I redeemed you. He said, remember that you was a bondman, you was a slave. A bondman or bondwoman is another word for slave. Okay? You're not hired. You don't go nowhere. Now, the only bond people we had in Israel were foreigners. We were not supposed to take of our brethren and make them bond slaves. But we did after a while. We did after a while. And God said, look, man, look, Babylon is on its way now. Babylon is on its way right now. Okay? All you got to do is do this one thing, and I will turn them back. I will turn them back. Their brothers that you got as bondmen, let them go. So you know what they did? They let them go, and then they changed their mind and went and snatched them back. And that's why God allowed Babylon to run down on them. Verse 19.
When thou cuttest down thine harvest in the field, and hast forgot a sheep in the field, thou shalt not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works of thine hand. When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt not go over the boughs again.
So, as an agricultural people, our farm, our lands, our crops, everything we got, we're not supposed to clean it all out. Okay? We're supposed to leave some back for the poor, the fatherless. Okay? We're supposed to leave that back. We're not supposed to glean. Glean means clean out everything. Okay? He said, thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command to do this thing. So some of these laws came from treatment. I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to do this. Because remember, you was in that position. You didn't like it. You didn't like it. 10 more minutes. Go ahead. 25.
It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. Was it 25? You want me to finish the chapter?
No. Well, I said going to 25.
Oh, if there be a controversy between men, and they come up to judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked.
Deuteronomy 25. If there be a controversy between men, if there be a debate, argument, whatever, some type of static or friction. You know what I'm saying? He said, and they come unto judgment, okay, that the judges judge them. Now the situation is up to where the judges is judging them. He said, they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. You cannot favor the wicked. And then you won't be a judge. This is for the judges. This is for a person that was put in the place of a judge. This is for a person that says, hey man, you were right and you were wrong according to God's commandments. Because that's what a judge do. Okay? Tom sheet.
And this shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault by a certain number.
Look. I didn't read about men beating on women in here, but the men get beatings. Yeah, back then the men get beatings. And it shall be, if a wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down. The judge is the one that come up with this, not you or me. The judge will determine that. Okay? And look. And you have to be a willing participant. If you down, you have to be willing to accept the judgment, accept the correction. Time sheet.
40 stripes he made 40 stripes he may give him and not exceed.
That's a lot of stripes, man.
It's a whole lot.
No. With a cotton belt, 40 times, it's going to start staying. Okay? He said 40 stripes he may give him and not exceed. Lest if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, see you going overboard. The punishment is way over what the violation is now. He said, now if you go over, your brother gonna look at you and say, damn, man, you wanna kill me? I'm supposed to be corrected. I'm supposed to get a beating. You're trying to kill me under these stripes. Yeah. That's why he said he's gonna look and you're gonna seem vile to you. Like, man, what's up, man? I'm only supposed to get a beating. This was only supposed to happen, and you did this.
Yeah.
So you hate me or something? You want me dead? You couldn't wait to do this, huh?
Yeah.
That's what that means. It's gonna seem vile to you. Okay? Time sheet.
Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn.
He said, thou shalt not what? Muzzle.
Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn.
Okay. Because they eat.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever worked in a farm?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever worked with animals? Have you ever milked a cow?
Mm-hmm.
See, because you will understand a lot of these laws here better. These are the agricultural part of the law. You will understand these laws better if you had even at least worked on a farm. Okay? Or live in the country. Because these animals, they eat at the same time. So you don't muzzle him when he's treading out the corn. Because someday that's when he gets to eat. Okay? Time sheet. That is humane. See, God give us humane laws also. He tell us what it is to be humane and how to look out for animals. Time sheet.
If brethren dwell together and one of them die and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto
Okay,
a
let's
stranger.
get this together. If brethren, two brothers live together, this only goes down if they live together. They live in the same roof, and one of them die and have no child. If we got two sons already, we ain't got to worry about this. He has no child, all right, and he died. The wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Mm-hmm. Okay? I'm dead, right? My wife can't go and marry nobody else. She can't go out and marry. Okay? Remember, we don't have no children. It said her husband's brother shall go in unto her. Mm-hmm. That's when the brother goes in unto her, right? And they're not getting married. They don't love each other.
One-time thing.
That's a one-time thing because they ain't gonna have to keep going and say, man, we've been trying to get pregnant for years. It wasn't like that with them. This is a one-time thing. Yeah. Because I would have died childless, or you would have died childless. Then you right, and she got to accept that. He got accepted, and she got accepted. It sounds strange, right? Because y'all not used to these commandments. Right. Y'all not used to God's ways. Right. Y'all not used to His testimonies. Y'all used to the heathen's testimonies. So it sounds strange. But Judah did it. Judah said, what Judah said? He said, yo, you go into your dead brother's wife and raise up seed to your brother. Right? That's what this is. They lived this. Before they had, God ain't commanded them that. God didn't command Judah. He said, well, look, Judah, do this. Judah already knew what to do. And what this guy do, right? He go into her. He goes in unto her, and guess what happens? Guess what happens? He takes it out and spills the seed, right? He was being selfish. He did not want to raise up seed for his brother. That's why he pulled out. Mm-hmm. And that's why God kept him. Right. Remember, his father gave him a direct order. Go into your dead brother's wife and raise up seed to him. Mm-hmm. He didn't do that, so God killed him. Township.
If brethren dwell together and one of them die and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto the stranger. The husband brother shall go in unto her and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of his husband's brother unto her. And it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel.
Okay.
And if the man like not to take his brother's wife,
Okay.
take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say, my husband's brother refused to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother.
Okay, you can stop right there. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom. Shalom.
His name.